Stop smiling.
PKA 708. The pre-show was banging. Had to press the start button. No guest tonight, Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew, PainkillerAlready.com, the merch, and of course Lock and Load. Still, Lock and Load's selling too much. They're having trouble keeping it in stock.
Are they again?
I need to be on their ass, making more, getting the production lines cooking, Henry Ford style. That's what we need. Too many guys out there aren't coming enough. But anyway, that's who the show's brought to you by tonight. Just the three of us hanging out. Kyle, how are you?
I'm well.
You look like you're musing.
Yeah, you've recovered from your actual cancer.
Yeah. I recovered from my actual cancer. I dare say I took my cancer like a man. I didn't complain one bit. I mean, I complained to y'all or whatever on the show for entertainment value. Nobody in my family had to deal with my cancer diagnosis. And I don't even feel like I milked it for like attention or viewership or anything. I was just like, I have an eye patch. I have an eye patch this week, so just please don't make fun too much.
Did I miss a show? I don't think I think I had it done on a Friday. Maybe I missed Tuesday because I looked like a monster. I was too vain, I think.
Yeah,
so I might have missed a PKN.
They made these little delicate cuts to remove the cancer, but it looked like I'd been beaten. Like there was so much bruising and stuff, and that doesn't. I don't understand how that works. I wish I had a physician to be like, oh, you're cutting these blood vessels, and so those are all dying on this end and having to be replenished or something. That's not bruising. That's this. But it looked like I'd been punched in the head like a UFC fighter and cut. And then
it's definitely bruising. Like
your surgery,
your blood, and they do a shitty job. Like I've had that happen where you get go in for a blood test and the person sucks at it, and you end up getting a bruise at that location because basically you're just bleeding subcutaneously because they fuck it up.
If I understand, Kyle's surgery was they took a wedge out of his eyelid and then sewed it back together.
Yeah, and then they cut out here so that they would have enough eyelid to stretch over because we lost some.
Okay,
that was
took a football out of the bridge of my nose, and the place was cool. They do this particular surgery as their specialty, so they removed some. They tested it in 2 doors over, not outside, but in the same building, 15 feet away. They tested it, and then they took a little more, and then that came back clean, and they sewed me up. And they're plastic surgeons that specialize in the bridge of the nose. They were the guys you want for this, but I still I'm I make a living on camera and they're really mean.
They're really mean. We've cultivated a huge group of bullies over the years. Would it be us? No.
Certainly not. I was being bullies every week.
Just a fun group of guys having a good
That's what we're doing right now. We're bullying right now. I
know there's someone out there with melanoma who's screaming stolen valor at their computer or their car radio right now.
I came back with the cancer survivor t-shirt.
Dude,
that's great. That is the stubbed toe of cancer.
I gotta say,
I'm a survivor. Me and that guy with pancreatic fighting for his life. We're both warriors.
It was one of the
He wasn't strong enough to defeat his cancer. Wow,
it was one of the most uncomfortable things I've ever dealt with in my life. I've always been weird about my eyes. I don't if I get a hair in there, my mom would be like, yeah, let me just roll your eyelid backwards with this Q-tip and I'll get it out with a wet little piece of toilet paper. And it's no, my dad would do that. He'd get stuff in his eyes and he'd be all in there. He got a piece of metal embedded into his eyeball. It was actually a piece of the wire from a wire grinder.
I've done that.
And it had gone into his eyelid or into his eyeball, and every time he blinked it was cutting the inside of his eyelid, and they had to drill a hole in his eyeball eventually to get that thing out with an itty-bitty eyeball drill. I shit you not. So my thing was just awful, them cutting on my eyelid, injecting needles of painkiller into my eyelid, which didn't seem to do anything. And then I can still remember squeezing my toes in my shoe because you don't want to flinch. But it's cutting on my eyelid and it's rolled all backwards and it's in this weird apparatus to keep it all open. It was fucked.
Did they have a TV?
What?
Did they have a TV like the dentist?
Fuck no, they didn't have a TV like the dentist. No, they just had 4 concerned nurses looking down with those blue hats on.
When I had a metal shrapnel, I'll call it, in my eyeball. So when I do woodworking, I'm really diligent about wearing eye protection. But I just had a quick hole to drill using a drill press, and it moves so much more slowly than a saw I underestimated the danger. And anyway, I drill it. I'm like, kind of bit me. Now I have this personality quirk in that I every time I was sick as a child, I was accused of faking, like a lot. They never believed me. They always thought I was faking. And in fairness, I never faked. I just kind of like pumped it up a little.
Yeah, a bit of a Meryl Streep when he was sick.
Yeah, like, I don't feel well. Maybe I could get out of school. So but it stuck with me as an adult, and I'm like, I swear, like, am I faking? No, this hurt. Anyway, so I go to the eye doctor, and he's like, yeah, there's a metal shrapnel in here. I'm like, are you sure? And he said, Woody, it's rusting. I was like, all right. Yeah, just please get that out.
So you guys, honest to the bone about your cancers. You handled it like warriors. I know you both wear the rubber bands. And meanwhile, I want to know, because I'm not I've
got a cancer
people
survivor
think it's a
cock ring.
bracelet. For me, it's a cock ring.
Yeah.
Constantly falling off. I'm only always losing it.
No, don't give away my secrets.
He's got a whole drawer of those things, folks.
Only because I stretched it out.
Just live strong, live hard. So you guys, you would never ever lie about your cancer. And so when you
never
see
say
someone
never,
fib
never say
about
never.
it.
Like what if you had AIDS from a blood transfusion, but you knew our audience wasn't going to believe that shit? So you, you know what I mean?
Dude, that would be brutal, because there's no way they'd buy it.
They know what, like, man, I'm getting all.
Do you think
my
if
blood
one of us
drawn
got
like
AIDS
every
from a
6
blood
weeks?
transfusion, our audience would be sympathetic?
No.
No.
They'd be like, man, this is for the best. The show had to end eventually. Like, it's just
Yeah, they wouldn't be chill about it at all. So like maybe then you say you have cancer, but I don't think you're stealing any valor. You're just like making up for some misinformation that might be out there. I think Magic Johnson got his from straight sex somehow, and then I can't remember who I was reading about the other day. It was this famous person in art or media or something, and it was a blood transfusion. I was just thinking, like, God, that would be so it does happen. Like, there's a percentage of occurrence, like regularly. Yeah. They allowed like it's kind of a touchy subject, but I think they only recently allowed homosexual men to give blood, right?
Yeah,
I didn't know they had recently allowed it.
Yeah. I believe so. It was my understanding. I think that was like 3 or 4 years ago. Time flies when you're having fun.
I've given blood more recently than that, so I can tell you, like,
they let you in, huh?
A year ago they kicked you right out the door if you fucked a guy lately.
Yeah, I know. They rejected my blood last time because I had those syphilis antibodies. Right? It was the sex with men. I checked the box. It's just a butch girl. Leave it alone. But it's no, I had syphilis antibodies, I guess, and I did some research and talked to my doctor, and apparently you like keep them for a long time after you've had syphilis. That's been a while ago.
Yeah, because that's curable.
So you'd still pop. Does that mean you would test positive for syphilis if you have antibodies? That's what they do, right?
I think no, because I test regularly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like not anytime after I got all that fucking penicillin in my ass. That was really cool. They let me inject myself. I thought that was awesome. She came with that big shot, and I was like, "Oh, that's a big needle. Can I do this?" I didn't trust her to do it. Like, I know
this is my last day. You do whatever you want.
That's basically what she fucking said. She was like, "Where would you do it if I let you?" And I was like, "Right here in the top of my glute." And
I wouldn't attack you with it if that's what you're thinking.
Well, she was making sure I was like had some semblance of an idea of what the fuck I was doing. And like I've been stabbing that muscle in my ass every other day for months at this point. So it was just like, I know what I'm doing. I know my ass better than she does. She just knows asses.
I know it better.
There you go.
We should get back to Boogie.
Yes. Oh, yes. We haven't even mentioned.
Yes, no mercy for Boogie.
It is
Boogie the liar.
It's strongly thought that he's been a big old fibber about his cancer situation.
He's always, little fibber, big. He's always a big fibber.
One of the biggest fibbers I've ever seen.
I mean, in terms of volume or mass
So I remember when we found out that Boogie had cancer and Dick Masterson had like a celebration show. It was like
I do remember that.
It was like a Halloween episode of The Simpsons. He like brought out all the stops. He laughed hysterically, like Like he'd heard the funniest thing in his life. He was celebrating. He was cheering. I think they were playing sound effects.
Yeah.
So he must be down in the dumps now to find out that Boogie's in fact not dying.
So
That'd be
Boogie
funny.
went on TRT, and TRT increases your red blood cell count.
Nope.
Cancer can also increase your red blood cell count. So Boogie, knowing it was one of these two things, told everybody that it was cancer and started using it to like fundraise and get money and pay for his doctor's bills.
Did he do that?
Did he?
Well, yeah, he used it to promote his crypto coin or something. I watched a CoffeeZilla video about it, and then he rug pulled the crypto coin, which I barely understand. But so he needed to give like $5,000 back, and they knew that he had $5,000 in the bank. And he's like, no, you don't understand. The $5,000 from crypto I've spent on medical bills. It's at Mercy Hospital. The $5,000 in the bank, I scrimped and saved for that. It has nothing to do with the $5,000 I got from crypto. Those are wildly different things, as if cash is not fun.
This is like that Iranian oil fund that we keep cutting off and turning on.
So he said that he needed this money to pay his bills and such. And then they pulled like Keemstar in, and Keemstar's like, he makes enough money to pay his mortgage. I don't know what he's talking about. But he was crying poverty and medical bills and such to raise cash. I swear, like at some point, does crypto not become a scam because everybody knows it's a scam? If I made a lose your money coin, could investors really be like, I had no idea what I was getting into?
I have no idea. I feel like there's not a lot of forgiveness for people who put their whole life savings in.
You know what I've seen?
2988.
It was the fatty coin, right? Like the Boogie 2988 fatty coin. Did you really think this was you were getting it on the ground floor of an?
I don't think there's anything fraudulent about those coins. I think that it's almost like it's like a raffle or a cakewalk or something. Except the guy who owns the coin knows when the fucking music stops. You know what I mean? It's like that. And it's like you're jumping in on a game that's fixed against you. Like maybe you time yourself well, and like on the ride you're selling and buying and like. But if you don't know the day when the guy who has 50% of the fucking coin is going to dump, then you're just playing along with this. Scam's a harsh word.
Make a PKA lose your money coin and then get interviewed by CoffeeZilla and try to defend like this was not a scam. We told them what was going to happen. This is a donation.
Everyone knew. Everyone. There's a disclaimer.
There's a disclaimer. You will not make money on the PKA scam. Go ahead and buy a coin, you fucking rube.
The website asked them 4 times, "Are you sure?" See how many captures they had to get through to actually buy the scam of the coin?
And there were trick captures. Those bikes were overlapping into a lot of squares.
They identified which were bikes, which were boats, and how to spell a word.
So he fibbed seemingly, and Zach posted the most recent update. I'm going to read it here. To the best of my knowledge, based on everything I know, I think this is actually from Keemstar, and Keemstar and Boogie and Wings do that show together, and so Keem is pretty plugged in with Boogie's life. To the best of my knowledge, based on everything I know, Boogie went on steroids that could have caused cancer in the blood years ago and was warned of the dangers. 2 years ago, after he'd lost all his money in crypto, he went to the doctor and had high red blood cells indicating he may have cancer in his blood. Before he got any confirmation, he rushed to make a YouTube video announcing he had cancer. 2 years later, he still doesn't have confirmation he has cancer, but he's been telling everyone he does and used it for sympathy many times. Whether it was promoting his crypto scam or asking people to financially support him lying about the cancer could be considered fraud. He is scheduled to get a confirmation test to see if he 100% has cancer soon. So ironically, even though he lied, he may still have cancer. And he was also, that's the end of the quote, I believe, from Keem. And he also, a number of people offered money to him to show his positive cancer tests, and it added up to like 80,000. Then
holy shit, dude! He's like Randy Marsh. He's in the backyard getting sun with a microwave open next to himself, getting a daily fucking X-ray flash at the dentist. He's like, please, Lord, strike me down.
He's just buying red 40 dye off the dark web, guzzling it, trying
smoking
to
he's smoking a pack an hour. Oh my god!
So he's someone who's always, he's an online content guy, so he's going to try and make money in whatever content way he can. And to turn down
He chose acting.
$70K. Just like if he had cancer, why not take a free $70,000? And apparently, according to Zach, he said that's his last shred of privacy, which is
nonsense.
Very clearly a lie. $70,000 to show that
Dude, does that offer extend to anyone?
If he has cancer,
I want to go back to.
I really had it.
I want to go back to what Keem said though, because he said there at the end that maybe I misunderstood. It seemed like there was now maybe a new sign that there could be real cancer. And I like that he threw in there, like, ironically, after lying for 2 years about having cancer, he may now actually have cancer. Is that not proof that there is a God? Like
it's lining up. But
No,
I mean, the fact that
I've been proven really wrong about God all week. I've been checkmating him on WhatsApp.
Just swish after swish, dude.
He goes silent. He goes silent.
Was that when I said Jackie's standing in front of me with her purse on, saying I'm ready to go? Is that what I?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's making up excuses and stuff. He said he had to go to the cancer doctor at one point. Like he was just whatever he could do to get out of that God conversation. Checkmate.
Yeah. Boogie. Like if Boogie had a positive.
I went Terrance Howard on it.
Yeah, we need Terrance Howard to tell us that cancer is not even a real thing and it's caused by bad math or whatever it is.
That's bad vibes right there. See, you vibrating at the wrong frequency. You vibrating at the frequency
now, see,
of the constellation of Cancer.
Your humors are out of touch.
Your
dark bile and your yellow bile is at odds.
That Terrance Howard stuff has completely captivated me. I've been showing it to Jackie. Terrance Howard, he seems to be really into physics and math, right? But the thing is, it's really fun to know things, and it really sucks to learn things. Like learning is hard. Going to school, doing math equations, rocking stuff like that is just exhausting and brutal. But watching fucking somebody else's Cosmos YouTube video is fun, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the level that Terrance Howard understands these things. And he starts throwing together terms from left and right in an effort to defend his point. Yeah. Say that again.
They did a second show with Joe, and they brought a real scientist on to sit next to him.
I watched it.
I hope that the scientist just enabled and was like, "That's cute."
Yes, he did. He did. So Terrance Howard would repeat like one thing that made sense and a whole bunch of bullshit in there. Like he was trying to prove that math was fundamentally wrong, and along the way, for example, one of the pieces that I did understand is he's like, that's the problem with the Dewey Decimal System. The Dewey Decimal System says that a couple of times. What he's trying to say is that decimals are somehow incorrect and don't work. But he's referring to the catalog system that libraries use to divide fantasy from biology.
We all remember
tell me you're old. Tell me you're old without telling me you're old. I know how to use the Dewey Decimal System.
I remember I was like the last age to learn it, and even in that time, I'm like, what are we doing? Like, like the internet's clearly here to stay.
We were too poor.
Back in my day, the card catalog was how you found everything, and you didn't have to memorize the Dewey Decimal System. It was posted everywhere, but you did use it. And just like along the way, every so often, I'll like understand what he's at. He would say he'd take the periodic table of elements, and then I forget what he was using exactly. Maybe the weight or something.
The atomic weight.
Is it the atomic weight? And then he would like square it, and then he would put a note that he calls the key, right? So he's like, this is in the key of E. He doesn't mean the key. He means like the frequency that E happens. And he's presenting it as if he's discovered something amazing. I can take the atomic weight of carbon and express it, and it's an E. And then I take the atomic weight of oxygen and I express it, and it's a G. But boron and carbon have the same key, which he means note. And I'm like, this is fucking bullshit. You can take anything, use its number, and express it as a note. Like it has a hertz. I can go to the grocery store and grab prices off the shelf and be like 333 megahertz is some key. I don't know what the fuck it is. This you can take the price of chicken, eggs, whatever. The thought that you take the weight of an atom and turn it into a note and like you've done something. I can go through the Dewey Decimal System and tell you what key fantasy is versus science fiction. That's the same thing.
Yeah, there are other scientists who have sort of taken him down or really just replied to him politely, if anything. And spend an hour and a half at a time refuting his ranting and raving and nonsense. And it's like you said, Woody, it's the problem is and I think that you see this a lot with actual crazy people. If you look at those scribblings they'll have in their notebooks, it's like, what? This looks like something. I mean,
yeah, there's a lot of math, emblems in here. Maybe there's something.
This looks very official and also insane at the same time, and that's kind of how Terrance Howard strikes me. I wish he'd just be a goddamn actor. He's pretty fucking good at that. I wish he'd stop being a crazy person.
He's got like all the crazy of Ted Kaczynski and none of the math background. Like,
I wonder, is he still
crazy like a fox?
Is he still acting well?
I haven't seen him do anything in a very long time. Of course, like I think he did like one of those black TV shows that's super popular, but it's not my jam. I think maybe he was on that Jussie Smollet show with him, something like that.
Or maybe
that sounds right.
Perhaps. But I remember him from back in the day when he was in Hustle and Flow, where he's like a pimp, but he's a rapping pimp who's trying to get out of the pimp game and into the rap game, and it's really good. It's really good. And he's good in it.
To that.
My vibe is he's currently a crazy person who needs meds or something. Like he doesn't seem to know that he's crazy and needs to be on meds. And I'm not sure you could hire him today and get a good performance out of him.
I think the crazy helps with the performances somehow because like Gary Busey was arguably demented his entire career.
Yeah.
Now
wasn't he in a motorcycle accident?
Yeah, he was
crazy.
Well, he had a motorcycle accident without a helmet. I was told once that he just fell over, like he dropped the bike and went with it, and that's all it was. But who knows?
No, he died like Country Man.
There's probably
Didn't his face get altered.
His brain got opened up. He got permanent, real brain damage, and they let him keep acting. And he was always like kind of a real high intensity, kind of almost goofy a little bit, like on the somewhere between like rageful and goofy is where he'd be. He'd be like. And then he had that brain injury, and it was clear that there was a retarded man acting in a movie now, and it was weird. It was fucking weird. What's that movie where he dresses up like a woman with a lipstick and everything? He was pretty good in Lethal Weapon. I think it's two. I think it was Mr. Joshua.
That motorcycle accident was the real deal. His face became visibly asymmetrical.
Yeah,
from it. So.
Yeah, but they let him keep acting. He did this one movie where he's like a man with like a dog inside his body, so he's like barking and running around.
You gotta let him keep acting after an accident like that. What's he gonna go do? Work at a bank? Like,
that's a good point.
He's got to keep acting. He's got to play pretend for a living. But anyway, Boogie. I just want to apologize to you guys as survivors that you have to look at people like that who will take your trauma, your pain, and try to monetize it.
You're welcome for my service. By the way, if anyone wants to give to the Woody Cancer Fund that he's beaten 2 years ago, just send it to PayPal, woody'sgamertag.com. no, woody'sgamertag@gmail.com. That's my PayPal.
You can send it to Boogie, care of Woody. And
that's what Trump did with Herschel Walker.
Yeah, and then Woody can just get a brand new fan for his back. Perfect. Yeah, so Boogie, he deleted his Twitter. Everybody's going in on him because
he deleted his Twitter.
It's a bigger controversy than you might imagine. Somehow
he was trending on Twitter, like in the real trending section, like next to politicians' names. Like people really hate it when you fake cancer. Yeah, if you deactivate your account and you're not like banned, you can just reactivate it later. I think.
Oh, that's probably what he's doing.
Yeah, that's probably what he did.
He just went invisible essentially.
And I think Keemstar
people don't like it when you.
Not only do they not like it,
people find it gauche. Yeah.
People who never knew who he was before now know him, and because of this, and they're kind of involved. You know what I mean?
I didn't realize it was such a faux pas.
It's a huge faux pas.
Yeah,
people hate it.
Yeah, nobody likes
people
that.
do not like him now.
We should have him on the show.
Keemstar, I think, said he's done with he's no longer on the Lol Cow show that he and Keemstar do together, and Wings is on it as well. Yeah, I think so. That's the end of the Boogie chat. Well, yeah, we'll see. Maybe if he's pulling numbers for a bit, maybe they let him on.
I tell you, the next episode is going to be a popular one to see.
My guess is this: he didn't just lie to all of us. He lied to Keem and Wings too about this cancer thing. I'm making this up out of whole cloth, but like I bet there was talks. Boogie was like, the cancer's really acting up today. Could you fill in for me? or maybe like, hey, could you round that paycheck up? To the next point for me. This cancer, oh man, it's just so expensive these days with the treatments that I get.
Keemstar may not have liked that he lied about Keemstar. I know Keemstar well enough to say he's okay with lying. I absolutely fucking guarantee it. But he was sort of pretending Keemstar didn't pay him properly and such, and he might not have liked that. I need to make this bigger.
Keem tweeted, Boogie2988, biological brother. There's a quote before biological brother and not afterwards. So I don't know about that. Who's also a doctor, claims Boogie does in fact have cancer. To those who are trolling my brother, hashtag Boogie2988, I can confirm that his diagnosis of polycythemia vera is absolutely true. He has suffered with this debilitating condition for at least 2 years. I stake my reputation as a healthcare professional on this fact. Now, why would he,
it?
I'm already on it.
What he's on it?
You know what? Like medical doctors,
blood cancer. Okay.
Yeah, like
all right.
Medical doctors tend not to have PhD after their name.
We're gonna have to start
my
over.
reputation as a healthcare provider that he doesn't have cancer.
I'm willing to stake mine as a healthcare provider as well. I'm gonna go ahead and make Boogie's real, not Dr. Brother account on Twitter right now and be like, he's lying.
We have Kyle. Do you remember? Was it basal cell?
Basal cell
carcinoma.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, the harshest form of cancer. Some say
it's like
yeah. People are saying. So this is his brother. Brian
starts with your eyes.
Well, he made this a 11-year-old account. Why does it say PhD if he's a medical doctor?
What's his website? What's his little link there? The drbdub.tech.
Just shows you all the best wing combinations.
What if it was porn? Oh no.
This site can't be reached. This site is made up. You have been had.
It's like that episode of It's Always Sunny where P. Diddy was a doctor.
Oh yeah, Dr. Jinx.
He just sprays a little Lysol on his arm.
Man, maybe Boogie's playing the long con, and he really.
I looked up Brian Williams, PhD. It's a black dude. Are we sure this is his brother?
And
there could be a lot of Brian Williams PhDs out there.
It's just funny.
Yeah, I don't know what
it is. His brother. He could have fibbed to his own brother. You never know.
Well, he's acting like he's staking his medical. What did he say? Reputation or whatever.
You can't stake your medical degree when you have a PhD.
Fair. Okay, I didn't read that. It seems like maybe
PhD is like a doctorate of literature or psychology or fucking history, like a
he's
medical doctor's
reputation as a historian on the
I know the history, and the history is that he's been dealing with this for 2 years now. Yeah, why not just make a cool $75,000 and show his test results and get the pity. Get people off his ass. And
someone can offer something before that money's like an escrow or you've put it in an account or something like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but these are big straight. Like Keemstar offered $15,000. This guy Mudahar, who's a giant.
Okay, if it's piecemeal like that, that's kind of different.
Live, like they're not.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a really shitty thing to lie about. There's a whole Seinfeld episode about just how shitty that would be to do and take advantage and get like little benefits in life, like parking spaces and discounts here and there.
Then that guy gets cancer in the end, and it kills him anyway. Remember? Little side story.
Yeah, he actually John Lovitz. He actually gets the cancer and it kills him. I think
Zach says Destiny, Muda, Keem, and Camelot. Not sure who Camelot is. Those are the 4 that offered money if he showed his test.
That's great.
And so I know Destiny, Mudahar, and Keem are all big enough that they're not going to go on a stream and like promise money. And then if they're proven wrong, they're like, oh, I'm backing out.
Fuck it. I want in. I want my name in this. I'm going to $13.37. Elite amount of cash.
I was so afraid you were going to say 10,000 and then Boogie was going to flip his cards over and say straight flush.
No.
Because that kind of long game would make him the baddest motherfucker of all time. if this was all like a master plan. Because once it's easy for Woody, for example, to jump in like, 10,000 Boogie if you show, because we know like almost for sure that this is a bit of he fibbed. But maybe that's the long game he's been playing, and he's just waiting till it gets to that $100,000 number to flip his cards over.
That
Like,
all
actually,
hinges
guys,
on Boogie being a genius.
Yes.
he would need to be a
don't know.
genius or a Randy Marsh in his backyard with an X-ray machine. Get after it. Get after it,
Dude,
buddy.
using like high red blood cells as the determination of that. It's like
Dude, I
When
had
you're on
that.
TRT,
it's like Kyle being like, man, my stomach's been bothering me for the last week or so. You know what that causes? Or what causes that? Stomach cancer. I'm going to bank on that being the solution. And it's like, well, you've eaten a lot of nonsense in the last week, man. Like,
You're right.
It's like,
Put
no,
hot sauce on everything.
like
I'm not gonna
2017 Kyle, who made up his own Taco Bell recipes.
Oh, yeah. That was like,
I can
that
make
was
one
up
hell of
to-
a Crunchwrap Supreme. I am very good at it. Like my Crunchwrap Supreme is way better than a Taco Bell one.
I think that was during your 33-year vegetable boycott, wasn't it?
Yeah. I tell people that and they don't believe it because now I love vegetables and I love cooking with them. There's not a vegetable I don't eat and enjoy. But I genuinely didn't eat a vegetable the first 33 years of my life. I ate only lettuce, like smothered in ranch at a Pizza Hut salad bar, you know, that sort of vegetables.
Yeah.
You know, oh, is a cucumber get in there? Wiping my tongue with a towel. You know, the tomatoes and tomato sauce.
Fuck off.
Have you heard there's no such thing as a vegetable?
Is that Terrance Howard's new theory?
No, apparently
That's a
vegetable is not a thing. Like
that's a legume.
yeah, that's a legume. That's a fruit. That kind
That's
of
a sprout, motherfucker.
That's a root. Like there's a bunch of things, but like a botanist has no concept of vegetable. They know lots of things, but not vegetable is a cooking term,
Colloquial term. Yeah, it's just what. And I'm glad that we've got. So is bug, right? There is an animal called a bug, but it's not an insect.
Is it a mammal?
No, it's a. And this is kind of complicated because of the words we're using.
Type of bug.
You would look at it and say that's a bug. But you're like, you're more right than you know. That's literally the bug. If you look,
but I would also think it was an insect when it's not.
You'd be wrong. Yeah. I'm like 99% sure I'm right about that. Way more positive than I am about Boogie not having cancer.
I don't know anything about bug taxonomy, so I won't weigh in. But I
perhaps
do
next time
strongly
read up on
suspect-
it. Read up on it. I'd appreciate it, dude. I don't want to shift away from Boogie, but I keep forgetting. That game where you control a colony of ants that's coming out, I'm gonna play that. That looks so fucking cool. Oh, look at here.
Difference between
Yeah, I
bugs
saw
and
something similar when I was Googling it.
Oh, this is like the square rectangle thing. All bugs are insects, but not all insects are bugs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Fair.
All right, so bugs are the worst ones.
Well, that's what you
seemingly.
get when you take your who does animal divisions? Well, whatever. Your zoology information from a comedy podcast.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
Well,
all your phylums, all your
we're fucking-
families.
we're spot on over here. But yeah, that's a pretty awful thing to do, especially if you manipulate people using it. And even more so if you manipulate people who you consider to be close friends. I can understand maybe you don't feel like comfortable telling your friends the truth, the true. But like you would never be like manipulate them with it too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because I'm imagining a scenario where like this guy's worried about poverty or paying a mortgage or something, and he's like, I got it. A fake cancer diagnosis. That'll get the cashola coming in. We couple that with a crypto pump and dump, and those rubes will be paying out that wazoo.
I seem to be the only person who ever thinks that if the scam is scammy enough, it goes full circle and everyone knew what they were getting into, right? I
thought Boogie had a reputable coin, Woody. I'm sorry. $50,000 later, and I'm left holding my pockets.
My life's ruined. How am I going to explain to my wife that I lost the house because of fat coin?
He said the coin was going to cure his cancer, and it was going to just
because I have a
explode.
soft spot for Boogie that I look at this obvious scam and say, everyone thought it was a good fun.
It's like a retard in a parking lot trying to trick you with 3-card Monty, and he's like fumbling and everything. And it's like, come on, Woody. We all saw what cup the ball's under. Like,
well, see, I don't follow him or his coin at all. I didn't know he had a coin until this very moment. So my question would be, did he say, hey, think of this as a cancer charity when you buy my coin that might actually turn out to be profitable for you? We hope it will. That's what we're trying to do. we're trying to make a profitable coin. We've got this technology behind us, and we're hoping that this industry uses our coin to lock their digital locker locks, and it'd be in every locker and every train station in America. That's 18 million. Okay, well, shit. Maybe we will make some money. And at worst case scenario, we fund Boogie's cancer treatment. Like if you said that, with your fake cancer, I mean, that seems fraudulent to me. That seems like you've made a cancer charity.
Boogie has a young girlfriend that he shows mostly naked on stream.
Apparently, he's the real Jabba the Hutt vibe.
So, Zach, show me a picture of Boogie and his girlfriend together.
He's got her on a chain.
yeah. Show me that, but don't actually show me that. Show me Jabba the Hutt and Princess Leia. And we'll pretend like it's Boogie. Now mute the last 8 seconds. We went on a little bit of a late show rant a show or two ago, and we made the call that 10 minutes of the show had to be excised. Yes. And I didn't think I said anything bad. I just described if anybody's curious, I described a hypothetical that we all agreed was a touchy hypothetical. That not one that involved any of us either. Just if this third party and that third party, blah blah blah, and then we realized we'd said something we probably shouldn't say.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a big of a deal. It was just a hilarious joke that I wrote.
So are you guys going to get in on the fat coin now?
Oh, that'd be great. Just please separate me from my money.
You can't rug pull twice, right? Now's the time.
What's it valued at? What's it valued at right now? I would love to know.
It seemed like to fund it, he needed $5,000.
Zero. Okay, so get ground floor, folks.
Buy low.
Ground floor, folks. Well, that's awful. Hate to hear that. I bet Dick Masterson is just gooning somewhere, reading through the articles. He's just cock in one hand and mouse in the other, just rolling.
Edging. I feel like I'm not keeping up with the kids nowadays. It's edging,
but they take it great. They take it to another level, often with like lots of screens, and each of them is like their dirtiest porn they could find, and it's like on loops with like music and maybe even some chemicals to enhance the experience, you know. And it's a whole day thing, you know. That's gooning. And so there's a subreddit called Goon Caves, I think, and it's guys showing off like it's almost like racing sims. Like if you go to that subreddit, people show off their racing
those
simulator.
Things are cool.
They are so cool.
This is not that. It's not cool.
Yeah,
really sad.
so it's the opposite of a cool racing.
I need a
sim
gooning
cockpit.
cave that I can like transform into a racing sim for cover.
Yeah, get it at a discount. The guys recovering.
Well, no, like it's a really used gooning cave with 3 TVs and a recliner. But I just pull the steering wheel in front of me when I'm not using it, so people don't know.
I tried to check it out. Goon Caves has been banned for their own good, I imagine.
Dude, all these subreddits get banned.
Oh, my bad. Goon Cave. I guess it's not plural. Goon Cave's here.
There you go. Don't worry, Woody. Your graping subreddits aren't all banned.
Yeah, this is just dudes sitting like with like a hard dick, being like, "Look at all the porn I'm watching at the same time."
Yeah,
dude, they're like air traffic controllers, like trying to pay.
I like
attention
to look in
to
the backgrounds of those photos. Like I'm looking for like if there's like drugs, if there's like paraphernalia. I want to know like what's going on. Like, do you see their mom's feet at the door? Do their feet look disappointed?
This guy actually. Let's go. Why am I on top today? Let's do a little top all time.
This person has 7 screens.
Lucky number.
Yeah. This person has 8 screens and porn posters behind.
This person needs to go on a cut and would benefit from a bigger junk.
A good scrubbing.
Why would you post this? Why would any of these people post this?
Can we show any of these?
No, can't even remotely.
Well, if you guys want to participate, go to Goon Caves, and you'll see some real debauchery, I guess.
This one particular person has good taste.
Yeah.
And if you want a little fun Photoshop project, Photoshop Dick Masterson gooning to like 8 screens of Boogie being sad.
Look, I went to the top all time.
Yeah.
This dude has like literally like a dozen screens of porn, all playing different videos, and then the entire room is porn posters.
That's pretty hot, honestly.
Oh my god!
It's
There's 8 screens. wait, hold on. 1, 2,
How do you have
3,
company
4, 5,
over?
6, 7, 8, 9.
This is
10
a
screens
room.
in this pic, and like Taylor said, there must be 30.
Oh, scroll down one from that link you sent me, and this guy's got like magazines everywhere, but he's got like a whole. He has a what do you call those expensive locking boxes that you use for gun shit sometimes? He's got one of those full of pocket pussies. He's got 3, 6, 9, 12 different pocket pussies and 4 butt plugs and a stroker and like a pint of lube.
A couple
and like a locking case.
Those seem to be pretty significant butt plugs. This isn't this guy's first rodeo.
The top link that Taylor sent, one of those pictures had an actual attractive woman joining in his session.
That's a good time.
She's chained to a radiator.
That's a faux pas in the gooning world.
Is there like a goonette?
No.
That goonette, 2 T's and an E.
Excited to be here. I'm currently finishing up my 2.5 week vacation, but I can't wait to be back at my cave in a couple days. Here was my last session on 55-inch ultra wide laptop and vertical. Imagine like you're on vacation for 2 weeks, and as you're like on the beach, you're like, man, I can't wait to post about jacking off to porn to all my buddies.
I still want to do like a Family Feud style episode, like game for us. But like I was going to ask, like survey Family Feud style, after you've been on a vacation for a week or 2 weeks or just away from home for that long, what's the number one thing that you miss that's back home? What are you thinking? Man, I can't wait to get back home to do this or see this or do that.
I like it when I walk into the house and my Wi-Fi automatically connects.
Okay, that would
be
zero out of 1 respondent said, I like when I get back home and my Wi-Fi connects. Taylor, for the steal.
Show me my own bed.
Ding, 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 ding. Number 2 answer, my own bed. Number 1 was, of course, my wife. Number 3 was, of course, using my own toilet.
Yeah, using my own toilet. I'm not toilet shy, so I don't mind as much about that.
What is over there like dragon?
I really do like that. It's like home is where the Wi-Fi connects.
Holy shit!
A lot of these guys are making a point to put their hard dicks in these pictures as if to be like, I'm no big talker, guys. I do jack off. I come. Don't you even say otherwise.
Can we talk about Boogie again?
Yeah.
You think there'll be an actual ramification from all this?
Legal, you mean? You think there's a class action lawsuit assembled by his coin investors who felt like they invested in the coin for...
doubt that.
Then no.
I think Taylor thinks his career is over. I think Boogie is in an all publicity is good publicity situation.
Yeah. He really needs to just wrap his arms around this thing and own it. If I were him, and I'm telling you, I'd get one of them green screen. He's got a green screen. Fucking set up a whole hospital room. Be in the gown. I want have the beep 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 beep. Hire, even if it's just your girlfriend and everybody knows that's your girlfriend. Dress her up as a nurse. Have her come in and like have her listen to your enormous heart and go, "Ooh, yeah, the cancer's real bad today," and then just walk away. Like just lean right on into it. Lean right on into it.
You know what? That would win me back.
Because what he did isn't evil. I mean, we just had like somebody go after a 17-year-old child. Just think about it. Like in comparison, we just had the doc go after a 17-year-old child, and obviously the doc was beloved by millions of people.
I know that kid was 17. We just know at least under 18.
I know. Yeah, I know. News, Doc did disrespect his old hat.
Well, I'm just saying, like I don't think you should go so hard on Boogie. Like I feel like maybe people might be apt to go harder on Boogie than they were on Doc, and it's like I don't know about this. I feel like one of these guys did something worse. But I don't. It's awful what he did. Especially like I said, if you like dupe your friends and manipulate them into whatever, some sort of financial favor sort of thing. If you got like a friend business ship type thing going on, that's icky to me. That's a kind of dishonesty that is sort of inexcusable. It's like
maybe I haven't
toxic.
thought it through, but to me, Boogie is the center of attention right now. He's relevant in a way that more relevant than he's been for 10 years now. And I think he should come up with the scam coin. Like, has scam coin
another coin?
Taken? I guess literally name it scam coin. Lean into it.
I was thinking he's going to be like totally done.
Anybody will buy it
because he was like, his whole marketing, his whole brand was like Mr. Wholesome, just having a good time. But I guess that hasn't been the case for.
Aren't you 12 years behind with that thought?
Yeah, at least a few years. So like, it's not like those people are supporting him anymore anyway. So as long as he stays on, I guess that maybe that podcast does pretty well with him and Wings. Like maybe that could be a thing. People are going to hate watch it. They're going to hate watch him and leave comments. I bet his YouTube channel is seeing an uptick in views right now. Just people going over there to say mean things.
Yeah.
Let's see what people are saying.
Let's go to Boogie's most recent video.
Let's go to his most recent video. It's got 2 days ago. Francis trolls fan at Southeast Game Exchange.
Wow. So Boogie's really defeated the weight loss surgery.
He won?
Dude, flawless victory.
What a bullshit story. I mean, what a bullshit surgery. I feel like those things are sold as like a fix-all, like a nuclear option.
Yeah, that's why they get people on it, because they're like, man, I can't control my eating. Maybe this magic surgery will make it work. And then the doctors even are probably like, this isn't a magic fix. It's going to help you with your appetite a bit. Actually, it probably won't even help you with if you're eating that much, you're not eating because your appetite's so big. You're compulsively eating because that's your drug.
It'll make you feel bad if you behave badly for a while.
For a while, it was making Wings like nauseous to eat more than a certain amount. But I just remember like he'd get them liquid calories, and it's like, what are you doing? Gotta have that.
You guys aren't gonna believe this. A lot of people bringing up the cancer stuff in the comments.
Oh darn!
Boogie will show his girlfriend practically naked, but showing proof that he has cancer is privacy invasion.
That girl looks scared, by the way. We all agree, right?
Oh, I didn't see her in the.
Well, hey, I'm the last one. I probably did.
I don't see her in this video. I'm scrubbing through.
Would it be like I feel like I want to be Boogie's only friend in this situation. If I left a comment that said keep your chins up.
I like that. That's fun.
Damn.
Keep your chins up.
Damn.
Yeah.
Text him right now.
Because he's so fat.
Yeah. Don't do that. Like
yeah, he's gained weight and he has cancer. So give him a break. Man, that would be awesome if he was like, test results. That'll be $80,000, please. And then like Destiny and all these people have to pay him. That'd be funny. I guess if Destiny only offered 5, that one guy Mudahar with 50, he'd be the only one on the hook for a ridiculous. I guess they're all so successful and wealthy they wouldn't really miss that amount of money. But man, I don't see this as being a grand chess strategy from Boogie. He actually has cancer. If he does, it's circumstantial.
I see it as a career resurgence. I love Kyle. Kyle has so many good ideas. I'm like, what if I did a cancer stream, right? I got a green screen. I could take like a microphone cord, tape it to my whatever the opposite of your elbow is called. Where does the IV go? And I don't know, saline bag of some sort with a microphone cord leading to me. It'd be hilarious.
You have to shave your head. Like you'd have to commit and be bald for it, or at least get a bald cap.
Now we're talking.
Yeah. Yeah. We all showed up next week with bald caps, begged for money for having cancer. We all have rapid onset cancer. Boogie gave it to us.
like
cancer and we found it.
Kyle, can you say that again? Your audio is not working quite right.
Is it now?
Yeah, it is now.
Yeah, sorry, I had to reset my microphone.
I was going to say, if you fully commit, it's about $200 to have a nurse come to your house and give you an IV bag of like some sort of vitamin saline. Not only does it feel fantastic, you get like super hydrated and you just feel better, but it'd be a great bit.
Yeah, but the thing about the microphone cord is I don't want to actually fool anybody. Like, I don't want to actually convince them I have cancer.
No one would get fooled.
I'm no Boogie. I wouldn't want to mislead you.
No,
you don't have the go-getter stick-to-itiveness of Boogie.
Yeah.
Damn.
What's his...
Take an HDMI cable and put it on my... That'd be funny.
This is a really bad like-dislike ratio.
Oh, wait, how can you tell?
Because
you have a plug in?
The extender.
Oh, yeah. I have the extent. It's way easier to know whether you're about to watch a good video or not if it's got the ratings.
It makes sense. I never know which little plugin is making my browser slower than it could be, so I keep them to a minimum.
I just have
like one
YouTube dislike, and that's
the greatest one ever. And for everyone needs to know about this. Needs to be like a public service announcement. If you do like Twitch drops ever, if you need to watch one of those gamers for X amount of hours to collect, items in game, there's automatic Twitch drop extensions for Chrome that will just do all of the busy work for you. And you can just put the stream on like 160p and minimize it, and it'll just collect everything for you. Those are so handy.
My favorite is Archive Page. I don't know if everyone knows about this, but there's a Chrome plugin. It gets you past every paywall. And as a news junkie, like, it would be expensive to subscribe to every heckin' newspaper and website out there. So
yeah, I used to do that for there were some sports sites that would track like early trades and whatnot, and they'd paywall it, and I would use that archive trick because I'd be like, "You're not getting me, bitch. I'm gonna find out whether you're blowing smoke about this trade right now." Then click and be like, "Oh, good thing I didn't pay. You lied. You don't know anything."
It's always the case.
Yeah. So shout out to Boogie, friend of the show.
Get well soon, bro.
Well soon. You're in our thoughts. You're in our prayers to recover from this dastardly, the big C, as they call it, crime.
We were racing to it. Well done.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't think. Who knows? Maybe Woody's right, and he's going to come back as the big bad wolf of YouTube, the ultimate arc.
Yeah, that's the way to go. He's already there, right? Like, I feel like he's been the bad guy of YouTube for a good 5 years now.
He should become a try-on girl. I want to see him. I want to see him do some try-on videos. He'll get my view.
I don't want to see that.
Kyle has this particular kind of genius.
You can call it that. I do.
I have a particular set of skills. Put the fat man in a lingerie dress and have him dancing around.
Dude, I would give anything to see Boogie dressed up in one of those mesh body suits. It would look like he was caught in a fishing net. Look like a porpoise, but needed to be cut out. Dude, I don't. I got to mention those try-on girls every week because, man, it's just a wild. You know what I found out though? I discovered this by going down a deep goon hole. Amaranth started out as a try-on girl, apparently.
Oh, did she?
Yes, because I found like 2 or 3 year old videos of. I was like, man, this girl is smoking hot, and she looks just like Amaranth. She's like wearing nothing, and it is Amaranth. That's
like literally nothing, or like how
close
just like
to
nothing?
It's like a G-string and like a tiny see-through bra thing.
Ruins it.
I mean, if you go to influencersgonewild.com, you can find all the Amaranth pornography you want. She goes pretty naked over there.
Yeah, but
it's got to be accidental.
It's got to be
accidental.
It's paywall.
Well, like at least plausibly accidental. That's what the try-on girls present, right?
Oh, I see. That's your kink. No, I'm into that too. I like. I kind of.
Thank you. I was having myself for a moment there.
Yeah. No. I'm into that too. I like that they grow their pubic hair out just to flaunt it and be like, yeah, I'm showing you way more than you ought to be seeing. She'll like pull her skirt down until you see pubic hair and then pop it back up. She was like, oh, there's my titties. Whoopsie daisy. Hee. And it's just like, this is the best YouTube channel I've ever seen. Like, this is way better than X-Jaws.
You're familiar with the related genre, which is window cleaning advice?
Yeah, I'm not into that. But I'm.
You don't like that one?
What?
I feel so. What they do is they wear really revealing things, often transparent gowns, if you will, and then they bend over and they wash windows and mirrors, things like that. So it allows them to like bend over in front of the camera. What I like is when the girl is showing off like 4 or 5 different things, and so you can fast forward through them all to get to the good one, because you'll see that spike in viewership and repeat viewership whenever she like gets her titties out or her pussy like completely flops out. One girl had a butt plug in, and it's like, go to 3 minutes and 37 seconds. That's when she just has a butt plug hanging out, and it's good stuff. Good stuff.
This is just a lot of videos with genuine window cleaning advice. What am I supposed to be searching?
No.
I'm gonna find one for you.
You want to use keywords like transparent.
I'm getting suggested Evo the window cleaner and window cleaning venture. It's not what I need.
That's no fun at all. I wouldn't watch those videos.
Well, I'm halfway through one and no one's naked yet.
Sounds like, well, I mean, they're naked at the beginning of the video.
Here, Taylor, I got you. This one's not even that good because her sheer outfit is too long, but I was in a time crunch.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at all those clothes.
Yeah, but you can completely see the outline.
Going to a funeral?
Yeah, that's a good time. That's a nice video you got there. This is called 4K transparent gown window cleaning Athena Allure try-on. The YouTube channel is called Hot Baby. It's
This window's not even fucking dirty. She's lying.
I can't see the front side of that woman, but the back side is tremendous. That's the other thing. The participants range from rough-looking trailer trash grandmas to like legitimate, like 9 out of 10. Like you're really struggling to find a flaw, or like if this was a creative character, you're like, I think I'm good. I think we're good here. We can hit apply.
It's funny that Kyle doesn't give out 10s. Like the top of the scale is a 9. Yeah,
there's no 10s on fucking YouTube. They've been snatched up by Saudi oil sheiks and shit like that. They don't let those get out too often.
10 state in Kyle's mind that can only exist for like a day or two. You know, she's too young and then too old on the either side of this very tiny peak.
Dude, this is the most absurd genre of YouTube video. Like the suggested one after this is just transparent clothes in dressing room, and this lady's for all intents and purposes fully naked, and then when it goes to take off the most sheer nightie of all time, I don't know if there's a lower blur you can add to a video.
Oh, that's the new meta. It's
360p, like with the blur, and so like you can still see areola. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. So Taylor, that's a new meta. It came into fashion about 3 weeks ago. This blur meta. And so usually there's a quick transition between outfits. It's like, okay, that's the pink bikini set. Now I'm going to show you the lime green. And there's like a click. And now she's got lime green on. Now they blur her a little and she just strips naked in front of the camera and then like gets dressed. And none of them are doing what I would do, which is to like remove the blur a little too early.
You know what they should do? They should have the blur in like the steady spot while she moves in and out of the blur.
Oh, I like that.
Like, I did my best.
I'll put like a black bar up. She's like dipping down.
Yes.
And to the uninitiated, you may imagine that like we're talking about, oh, you can kind of see through that mesh. There's that's her. Like sometimes it'll just be her pussy will just be out. Like you'll see her lips hanging out. Like you'll see buttholes. You'll see all sorts of stuff.
Looks like.
Yeah, it's a wild time over there. God bless
all our
ladies.
gun friends can't make. These are probably monetized. Right?
I have YouTube Premium, whatever.
Premium, so I don't know.
Yeah, I pay, so I don't know.
We all have premium, dude. I use YouTube more than Netflix. If I was down to one streaming service that I paid for, I think YouTube is the one that would.
It'd have to be YouTube. YouTube provides more hours of content because you have content creators making stuff so regularly. Like I'm in a jam right now where I'm watching old Summit shit. Like I'm watching Summit VODs and stuff like that. And it's like, this is hours and hours and hours of content. It's good shit.
My dumbass watches calls for Biden to step down 4 hours a day.
Dude, okay. And that's my new kick. If I'm being honest, I didn't want to go there this early in the show, but let me just tell you, I have never in my entire life, I've always enjoyed watching CNN, Fox News, even as a kid, for whatever reason. Like when I was in high school, I dug it. I liked cable news. I found it fun to watch. Okay. And so, but I always saw that there was the blue team and the red team. And, if something crazy happens, you can't defend, but like for the most part, there's the blue team and the red team. And then, oh my God, to see the entire media hammering Biden over this stuff. I saw in his interview where I think he said, I got to do gooder. He said, I have to do gooder or something than him to win the election and know that I tried my best. Yeah. And it was like the White House contacts ABC or CBS or whoever it is and says, hey, our stenographers actually had not gooder, but good as. Is that what you had? And they're like, no, we heard gooder. Weird. Could you make the correction to fix the incongruency there?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I saw the most baffled and confused sign language interpreter of my life. Like just holding on by a thread trying to.
And worse than that, because somebody got fired over this thing they did this week. Biden calls into a black radio station where they've already passed the questions off in secret beforehand for the interview. He still bombs. He still sounds crazy. And they fire the radio host for giving the questions beforehand. And, he got found out. It's been, and he's not done. He's going on for an interview with Lester Holt like this week. So he's doing another one of these.
It started an hour ago. I don't know how long it is.
Oh, yeah. No spoilers. No spoilers.
Yeah. Wait, tonight? Kyle, if he did it later tonight, it'd be past 8 p.m. and we got a sleepy president.
No, okay. It was it. Can I give you a spoiler?
Let's spoil it.
Spoil it.
Apparently, he calls Zelensky Putin. This thing.
I mean, there's only two big guys over there. Mix them up, and they sound similar.
That might have been the NATO summit. I might be mixing it up with the thing, but he does do that. At this point, they're hard scope. It's not even fair, right? You can hard scope a Trump thing and find things he says wrong or get whatever. But if you listen to all 90 minutes of it, it's basically coherent. He's up there riffing in the heat. Trump has lots of flaws, but his decline is not the same as Biden's. There is no both.
Yeah.
Physically, it's so bad.
Different there too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch that 5-minute video I sent in the WhatsApp where the Parkinson's disease specialist?
I saw it independently of that already. So
you had seen it?
I think Megyn Kelly had it on her show. Like she played it in its entirety, where the doctor's like ranting. I guarantee it's Parkinson's. I stake my reputation. This is also Boogie's doctor.
This is Boogie's brother. He's wearing a lot of hats right now.
Yeah, I saw that.
He said something that burned into my mind, which was like, I could diagnose this guy from across the mall. And I heard that and I was like, what? No, you can't. And then I thought about it. And I wrote this in the WhatsApp too. If you show me a guy swimming for 3 strokes, I can tell you how good a swimmer he is without any doubt. And I'm like, I bet Taylor can look at a guy's wrist shot and probably semi-accurately predict what level of hockey he played at just by looking at the wrist shot. Give him 2 shots and skate from blue line to blue line, and Taylor will tell you what this guy can offer. And like, if you have any like movement expertise, you can do that pretty quickly. I can do it with grappling a little bit. This guy, it completely makes sense that he could spot Parkinson's. He does this for a living. He's a medical doctor who specializes in Parkinson's. And he's like, it is clear as day by the way that he pivots, by the way that he drifts off at the end of his sentence, by the way that he takes that short shuffle gait, by the way that he walks without swinging his arms. He's like, he has no doubt. And he's a Democrat who's doing all this. And I was like, man, I believe him. I believe him. And I kind of feel like our government is doing, and I'm just echoing what he said, a thing that North Korea would do or that Russia would do, right? When Russia invaded Crimea, it just flat out denied that those were their soldiers. Like, oh, this little green man who like came in there and took over Crimea. We know nothing about it. Yeah, could be anyone, right? Mm-hmm. I kind of feel like we're adjacent to that. Biden, Parkinson's? That sounds wild. Why would you say that? It's
been a emperor has no clothes period for the past few years where for a lot of people have been like, this dude is not with it. This guy is clearly not at 100%. He's diminished severely.
They successfully hit him, and then he did well at the State of the Union.
That's what I was going to say, yeah.
I give myself a little sympathy for, pushing back against the Fox Newses who just kept saying he was losing it, when really he was hidden in a bunker.
No, what I saw is what you saw, Woody. So obviously... And I'm going back to State of the Union. This is where my mind was after watching the State of the Union, which 9 months ago now, maybe something like that. Maybe not even that.
Less, I think, but I'm not sure.
I thought, okay, Biden is an old man who needs a nap during the day and gets groggy and his worst times. And I bet if any third like aggravator got involved with old and sleepy, then he'd look a little loony. Like if you added cold medicine or you added like a day where he didn't get his nap. Like I can imagine, jet lag. Like, and you know, I'm imagining him with a real presidential workload as it's been described to me my entire life, as this crack of dawn, late nights all the time kind of thing that ages you 10 years and 4. So I'm just assuming he's doing that. I'm thinking, yeah, but today he got his fucking nap in. He's strong. His voice is strong. He looks strong.
Were you
yes,
really
this is
convinced that he, because I
the State of the Union. Yeah, he was powerful. Like he
many of us
well.
like have been saying for years that it's been bananas to believe that he's like waking up early and working and like staying up late and working. Like he's been diminished and allowing surrogates to run the country for years. Like he's just been a figurehead who they parade out once in a while, and they hope he doesn't have a catastrophic failure where he falls all over himself or drifts away in mid-sentence. Like I feel like it's been clear for a long time that he has not been running the show.
I don't know about that. I'm sure he's making. This last week or two has really caused me to need to reevaluate what I think, I suppose, because it's hard to tell. I thought that it was old man who's sleepy and groggy sometimes, but clearly when he needs to turn it on, like tonight at the State of the Union, he can do it. Therefore, I imagine when he needs to turn it on for a trade deal or a big board meeting or whatever you call it, when you get the Joint Chiefs of Staff together or a policy negotiation, he gets his naps in on those days too. And so in essence, he's there when they really need him. The rest of the time it's on autopilot. And I'm fine with that. But now I'm wondering, he seems like one of those old guys who has good days and bad days, and he's getting more bad days, rapidly having more bad days than good days here at the tail end of this presidency. And it's like, how long has it been like that? Like how many awful days have there been? Have there been days where he didn't get out of bed? Have there been days where he completely couldn't follow a conversation, and so we just adjourned the meeting and held it, down the hallway with the chief of staff? Like, how bad has this been for how long?
Kyle, you're whatever Earth God for right now. You get to choose the next Democrat, like who should be running instead of Biden. Who do you pick?
Okay. So
I don't know if I asked the question well, but I hope you.
No, you did. You did.
Yeah,
like if I want the Democratic Party to win, if I want the DNC to win.
Yeah, you're trying to help them.
Okay, so first of all, I heard I'm gonna steal this from Megyn Kelly. I have Barack, Michelle, Hillary, and Bill go to the White House and meet Joe, and they say, Joe, it's noon. Good morning. And in 1 hour, there's a press conference out there in the Rose Garden. The press is assembled. Either you're going
who let this black guy in the White House?
Boy, now you fetch my slippers, boy. Mammy, I'd like some scrambled eggs. Now, Mr. President, how can I help you, sir? It's a bill.
It's a bill.
Yeah. Like that would be hilarious. That's an SNL bit they'll never make. But anyway, they come in and he's lucid because it's noon and they inject him or whatever it takes. And they would say, hey, there's a press conference in an hour. Either you're going out there or we are. They're assembled. You can either tell, let us fucking, go out on your shield here, like for the good of the party. Like, here's your speech. We had it written by our guy who knows how to write speeches. And that would work. He'd have to give up, because if you had those four go out there and have a press conference and say it's in the national interest that the 25th Amendment is employed here, because our friend, our colleague, our family, our brother, like kiss his ass as much as you can, but say he can't hack it anymore and kick him out of the job. But once you do that, I said this yesterday because it just kind of popped into my head, but it's Al Gore. I know. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Al Gore is from the time of stability and prosperity. And he was there when the coin flipped heads, when it could have flipped tails, when there was like 500 votes in one county in Florida. And he could have been George Bush on 9/11 and saved trillions of dollars and not invaded multiple countries. There's alternate universes where Al Gore was the president for those 8 years, and I think it's a better fucking place. But I kind of still see that in him. And not only do I see all that, I see that he kind of grew a sense of humor in the last 25 years.
He's 76 now. For all I know, he's
spring chicken. Yeah.
Is he still jetting around saving the world? To me, I kind of want a name I know, but I want somebody that feels safe. I don't think that Gavin Newsom guy can win, a national race. I think it has to be Kamala. If I'm trying to win and I'm not allowed to make some sort of wacky, like Michelle Obama and Al Gore type mix, like that's what I'd want probably, by the way, is like Michelle Obama and Al Gore, something like some kind of mix of them would be, I think, the strongest wacky pick. But she's already said she doesn't want it. And but
I'm sorry, I'll keep going.
But Kamala, it has to be Kamala, because I heard some political legal jargon about how if Joe were to step down and allow Kamala to be president, and then she's the incumbent, it checks off more of these boxes that these 13 keys to the White House or something like that you need X amount of, making her the Kamala.
Comma, like the punctuation. Kamala.
I'm okay with being disrespectful to Kamala.
Okay.
That's how it rolls off my tongue. I was trying to
correct you privately, so nobody knew.
I don't care. I don't care.
Well, okay.
Kamala? Is it Kamala?
Kamala.
It's what you just said. It's what you
Kamala.
said, Kyle. I think you got it right.
Kamala. If she were the incumbent, it seems like she has a pretty good shot as well, because they explained how something about his campaign funds could directly be transferred to her if she became the incumbent. And I didn't really pay too much attention.
She's so unpopular. Like, she's got less of a chance than fucking a dead Joe Biden.
I think the DEI criticism of her will hit hard, right? I remember when before he picked her, he's like, I'm going to limit my choices for VP to just women. And I'm like, that feels yucky to me, right? He didn't say he's going to pick the best person who could be president in case something happens to him. He said he's going to pick the best woman. And then he chose Kamala. And I don't hate Kamala like everybody else does, but I do acknowledge everybody else does. Therefore, there's something going on that matters. Yeah. And I like Newsom. The reason I like Newsom is I thought he absolutely butt-fucked DeSantis in their debate. And DeSantis, I think, is better than Trump at it. Like, if Newsom were to go up there, he would make Trump look bad in the next debate, and everyone would be like, we got our guy. I think that's how it would play out. But for reasons I don't fully understand, only Kamala is able to inherit Biden's like fundraising, ground game, and all that stuff. Maybe
that's true, but Kamala just has too much of that like Hillary Clinton energy of like, she's so apparent in her insincerity and the way she's just fake from top to bottom.
So she says a thing. You guys have probably seen the viral video where she's like, we need to overlook what has been and look at what can be. I messed that up, but I'm close.
Like that,
yeah. And I mentioned that to my wife. I even showed her the video, and she's like, well, Trump says build the wall again and again. Trump says lock her up again and again. Why does Trump get to repeat the same lines? But for her, it's insincerity. And I'm like, actually, I don't have an answer, but it is viewed differently. People see it through different lenses.
Well, it's because one of them is, albeit ham-handed in its delivery, a policy prescription. Build the wall. Like, he's saying something he wants to do, or he pretends to want.
The man sells slogans.
Fight for. He sells like what Kamala's doing is acting as though she has come up with a phrase organically at the end of a statement, and then adding it in as like a little addendum. And it's like someone told her to say that, or like beforehand they were like, hey, this little line, this tested big.
Well, she came up with it. Who knows? She's not dumb.
Are you riding with Biden though?
Me?
No, I don't think so.
I only say that because they had like they kept, reporters have been hounding Democrat officials this week, literally like chasing them down hallways and stuff. And they were after this guy, and they were like, does the entire committee agree? I'm riding with Biden. Does every single member unanimously agree? I'm riding with Biden. 10 times as he walks away from, I'm riding with Biden.
Not a good answer.
It is a good answer. I mean, like he said where he answered the question. I like that a lot more than dodging. Well, he kind of dodged.
Well, that didn't really answer it. If they're like, so everyone's on your side, I'm riding with Biden. Okay,
Yeah, okay,
you
okay.
said it, but everyone is. I'm
Nancy
riding with
Pelosi's
Biden.
hurried-
Oh, okay. So if it was yes, you would have said yes. Thanks, Lee.
Pelosi said something interesting. They're like, "Hey, do you think Biden should step down?" And she's like, "The NATO summit is this week. I think we should put this aside this week." And it's like, that wasn't yes. That was a million miles from yes. Pelosi's like, "Let's break the knives out on Monday."
Pelosi's like, well, I'm even older than him somehow.
She already
And-
stepped down. So
Yeah, she did. Dianne Feinstein, did she die?
that was her way of stepping down. Yes.
That was how she stepped down. That's how a lot of these people step down. Yeah, they just age out of life.
They wheeled her corpse into the Senate until her dying days.
That's like during during Trump's first presidency. It was at the end of Obama's. A lot of Democrats were like, "Please, Ruth, please
Yes.
step down," and she's like, "What?" And then she just like dies 2 years into his presidency of being an ancient old woman. Yeah, that's a lot of these people. It turns out once they have power, they really, really don't want to let go of it. Makes sense. It's probably
that was
fun.
an error. That was an error, and now the country will reap the benefits of that error for years and decades to come.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wonder how different it would be if they had a 5-4 majority instead.
I wonder how much different it's going to be if Trump gets to somehow install another justice.
I don't know if anybody's old enough, are they?
The oldest ones are Alito and Clarence Thomas are the two oldest Supreme Court justices.
Yeah,
So
but
they're
what if something happens to one of those younger guys?
maybe. You don't know.
Trump's America. You never know.
But most likely, Trump just sort of resets the counter on what we already have because it's the conservatives.
Yeah.
that are old.
Do you think in a Trump landslide scenario, he also carries the House and the Senate?
Yes and yes. Yeah, the Senate, I think they're saying they get anyway, even if Biden wins.
Do you know how? Look, I enjoy the guy's jokes, and his hotel properties are fantastic. But do you know how worrisome it is if Donald Trump is the president and he has the Supreme Court and all of Congress?
It's actually a really bad thing.
You know what he's going to do?
He will have a Secretary of Revenge going after people.
I'm not as optimistic about that. I think it would be good for him to give a little bit of what he's been getting for a few years. That'd be entertaining. But what he's going to actually do if he gets elected, I think, and maybe I'm cynical, is he's going to try and do some bullshit olive branch thing, and then he's just going to support Israel harder than anyone we've ever seen. And
that's part of his he's pledged camp to support Israel harder than anyone we've ever seen, which is what he did his first 4 years. So
it's true. Well, it seems to be a trend, but yeah, I don't think he's going to go on a revenge tour the same way. I didn't buy it in 2016 when they're like, he's going to be a dictator forever and he's going to make voting illegal. He's going to do this and that. And then he got in there and he's like, we're going to fucking build a wall. And then they're like, we can't afford it. And he's like, oh, I guess okay.
They arrested him. They drug him to court. They took his rights away. They humiliated him. It's being thrown at him in these debates. He's not happy about that. And then just as soon as they were done rubbing his nose in his mess, Mama came home and said, whoa. Didn't y'all know he's immune? What have y'all done? What have you done? Well, it's a good thing he's not about to be the most powerful man in the world again and have the Supreme Court and all of Congress at his whim. It's a good thing that he doesn't get to decide who the Attorney General is, that he doesn't appoint judges, that he hasn't already appointed judges in many of the districts that you will be tried in for defrauding the American people by hiding this Biden dementia Parkinson's scandal. How long has the hand at the wheel been that of a demented old man? How long were the ICBMs in the control of someone who didn't know what Tuesday was anymore?
I'm convinced. I need to start supporting Trump and get on his good side.
You're going to get on his good side.
He lets people back in the fold, right? He's already okay
fold.
with DeSantis. He's gonna be friends with Nikki Haley soon enough.
I do like that. Apparently, Rubio. He won't let that big fatty
Chris Christie.
Chris Christie back in the fold, just throwing insults at him, being like
sideways
saying
insults.
He's the fattest politician. I hate that. I hate to hear people say it. Big fat pig. That's what they say.
Trump is kind of in the middle of his weight range, I'd say. He was fatter as president, but he was thinner as a 2016 candidate.
He'll gain his president weight back if he wins.
I've had the honor and privilege of seeing those two men stand side by side in person, and Chris Christie is just a
He's in a
world
league of
of
his own.
fat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to get a picture with Chris Christie. I imagine how good you'd look in that photo. You know what? I'd be like, Mr. Christie, pop on the Yankees outfit. Like, pop on the Yankees pants, and then let's get a couple photos. I'm going to be looking fantastic.
I just heard Trump tell the opposite joke. He was meeting with the Heritage Foundation, the people behind 2025, and he's like, and I took some pictures with them. They're handsome. I'd like you all to destroy those pictures. There's a bunch of good-looking people I took pictures with, and I want those pictures gone.
Yeah, he's got to lose weight then. He's got to keep it off. Can't be eating fucking KFC every day on Air Force One.
You saw them delivering the McDonald's to the court, right?
Yeah, he lives that way. Like
that is the life that I want. That
the McDonald's man.
Being Trump's Secret Service agent must be a creme de la creme position in the agency. They're like, did you hear? Fucking Newtonberry got Trump. What? The residents? No. Fucking body man. He's going everywhere with Trump. He's on the golf course right fucking now. And you know what? Trump makes him drink.
Trump makes him drink. And you know, Trump on the golf course, he's just like working on a tight five the whole time. Where he's like,
and another thing, folks, get a load of this.
You want to know some secrets? I know lots of stuff.
A lot of secrets out there. I know all of them.
I love telling them. Love telling them to random Secret Service agents.
How'd you get into
You know
this?
about the aliens?
I can't tell you. Can't tell you about the aliens. Wish I could. If they were real, I would. I'll tell you someday.
like just doing stuff like that. That'd be fun.
I wish he'd do some wild.
And then, like, do you think the Carter guys are like pissed? Where they're like, "This is ridiculous. I trained my whole life to be a Secret Service agent, and they assigned me to a 98-year-old man who hasn't been president since I was -2 years old."
Oh, do they still have people on Carter? Who would hurt that old man?
They must, though, right?
Like the fucking like Gaddafi. Like we got him.
Like
his
somehow
enemies
the security
that man's enemies are dead.
Is about maintaining presidential lifestyles. Like it's a kind of way to pay them and support their life forever.
Is the Supreme Court Justice? What's her name? I'm going to mispronounce her name, but I enjoy that. Sotomayor. Is that it?
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, she's super anti-gun. And then this week, a carjacker attacked her, and her Secret Service agent murdered him to death with a gun. and it's like,
not for me.
Don't you love that?
Dude, it would be better still if her Secret Service agent beat him with a club. Like,
all right,
proved her point.
He drew his sword in the middle of the highway. Little did the perp know that he had an adamantium shield. He's just like, the bullets are dinging off.
Yeah. Right. Little did the perp know that Justice Sotomayor's agent had already called a peaceful social worker, a 22-year-old girl fresh out of college, to talk him down.
Hi, I hear there's some conflict that needs resolving.
He's not answering. He's gibbering a lot of things.
Gibbering. No, it's just a random carjacker. Apparently, wasn't motivated by anything political. They said, which I'm always like worried about because the Supreme Court has become so politicized, whether it's their own fault or not. You know, I mean, but it'd suck if someone from either side, any of those guys, got. You should leave those people alone. I don't know. I like this country's been real stable politically my whole life, and I kind of got used to that. And you know, I am a little worried that Trump might overindulge because,
imagine if one of the parties in power was like really vindictive towards the the head guy of the other party.
Trump is guilty. Like no one ever argues that he's innocent. They always argue that they shouldn't. They argue that he's immune.
They were doing.
They argue that. Anything. They'll argue that the timing is funky, that he's immune to prosecute. They never say he didn't do it.
I'm sure if you look into any real estate magnate, you can find stuff. But like they were hitting him for shit like, oh, Mar-a-Lago's only worth 18 million. My ass, it's worth 18 million.
He tripled the size of his apartment. The thing was like 10,000 square feet. He claimed it was over 30,000 square feet.
He was counting the roof, Woody.
That still wouldn't do it.
Build a couple levels up there, a little patio hanging off the side. What's your problem? Get creative.
I just don't see, like, I don't care about him lying on even the bank he purportedly did lie to, you know, because he did make that up.
Do you care about the sexual assault where he pinned that woman up against the wall and finger banged her?
Yeah, there's a lot of discrepancies in you're talking about the woman who went on CNN with Anderson Cooper and they had to cut the interview short because she talked about how it was sexy and she was like clearly not fully with it. That woman. who's the woman who woman whose story mirrored that of a CSI episode, who posted on Facebook that she was a fan of Trump's years after the reported incident.
This same story since long before that CSI episode. She's been telling it since the beginning. She told her family, her friends, etc. She like cried to her mom and her best friends about what happened to her. There's freaking people testify from the department store that it happened. Like, it happened.
They've thrown so much shit at him and so much of it has not stuck that my default is almost now like, oh, of course they're throwing more nonsense at him. Like that, oh, they tried this 13-year-old thing right before the election, and then that fell to ashes.
Did you see that girl's testimony? It's on YouTube. It is compelling. Yeah. And then like they started going at her and she said, fuck it, it's not worth it. Why am I going after Trump? Like, she has everything to lose and nothing to gain.
They have, I'm sure there's a lot to gain, but it doesn't matter in that as a viewer of it, they have lied and made so much shit up.
So you haven't seen it
now. I have.
But
no,
you know that it's false. Okay.
No. I was saying that this is the same story they rolled out right before the 2016 election, and then it became nothing immediately afterward. You remember that, right? Where they were like,
"This is 2005." This testimony, like, I don't think it's from right before the 16.
No, it was rolled out as a big news story, like the final last gasp to try and ruin him. I remember that specifically.
It's rolling out again right now.
Yeah,
it becomes relevant as he becomes relevant. And then his interview with Howard Stern is like getting traction again, where he said that he liked to go behind stage at the Miss Teen USA pageant because he's inspecting it. You should hear his audio. He's obviously creeping about it. Or the time he was on the escalator when he talked to that 10-year-old girl and said she'd be dating him in 10 years. Like, this is creepy.
That is creepy. That's a fun joke. I like the 10-year-old joke.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's a self-deprecating joke if you think like Trump, though. He's saying, like, you know, that's what I do is
very generous interpretation of hitting.
Well, nobody thinks 10-year-olds are hot. Even if you believe the Epstein nonsense. Oh, come on. He wasn't asking Epstein for 10-year-olds. It's documented. Woody, he liked them 13, 14.
All right.
All right. Checkmated, my friend.
You know, I can't win them all.
Yeah.
I think there were 15 or 20 million killed.
They've done so. I say 30. I say 30 million. Yeah. And I could be wrong about all of it. He could have done all of it. But at this point, they've spent almost a 10-year period making shit up.
Personality aspect of Trump. Like, no one made up that he said you can grab women by the pussy. That's his audio. No one made up this thing about the 10-year-old's going to date him in 10 years. Like, no one made up the flight logs of him being on Epstein's plane. No one made up all logs of him going back and forth to Epstein. This shit isn't made up. It's factually evidence. What happened is they released the Epstein court documents recently, which is putting it in the news again.
Let's do the Billy Bush thing. When you heard him say, you could just grab him by the pussy and they let you do it. Like, when he did that whole speech, and this also comes down to like a non-charitable interpretation from your part. Like, I agree that the 10-year-old comment is pretty fucking creepy, but that was clearly a dude trying to seem cool and like, oh yeah, I'm a billionaire. I fuck all the time. Women love me. They know me. I'm Trump. I got hotels. Look at me. Like, he was bloviating and talking big, and they pretended as though that was him being like, yeah, I'm a serial criminal. I'm out there grabbing people, and they say stop. And then I go, no. And I keep like,
I thought that's what he did. I think he actually goes around and, like, maybe not as regularly, but like he's grabbed a few. You know what I mean? You know how you like do something like 3 times and you're like, bro, trust me, I'm all the time doing backflips. In your head, you're like, I mean, I made the last 2.
Taylor's argument. Well, Taylor asked me a question. So the thing that when they deposed him for the Eugene Carroll thing and said, hey, this thing that says here that you can just grab women by the pussies because you're a star. And he's like, well, you know, historically they do let you do that. That's true. You might not like it. You maybe will, but yeah, you can do that. So, like, was he bloviating and pumping his own tires? Yeah, possibly. That'd be a charitable interpretation, but not a wild one. But then when they deposed him and he doubled down, it's sort of hard to look at it as this is just a guy being
He did
silly.
say they let you do it.
But yeah, I'm really not saying that his let him do it or grabbing him by the pussy is the problem. I'm saying it lends towards who this man is.
I have no doubt. See, this is what I dislike about Trump a lot, is that he's clearly a creep in a lot of ways, but they have made up so much shit.
They didn't make
now
the Epstein call.
We'll see what happens with the Epstein thing. If they come out and you see real deal shit with that.
What did you think about Joe Biden's daughter's diary?
I can't recall the details of it. I
Sounded
remember
like
it being not so
sounded like he
great.
molested her.
Forced her to shower.
I
with
can't
him,
argue. I don't know the
like,
details.
But like
Yeah,
that's the thing, like the media has made this world where
There's a good chance
lie
both of
about
our
so much
retarded
shit.
old presidential candidates that 70% of America would rather have someone different in both slots if they could.
Yeah.
It's a very good chance that both of them like them a little young. All right. That both of them do. And there's so much. Look, I believe if 10% of what both of them are accused of is true, they are awful human beings. And they shouldn't be running a fucking Dairy Queen. You know, it's wild that this is what we have.
I would really
wild.
prefer neither of these people.
No
as
shit.
Who would you pick?
No shit. You.
question
I
I
picked
gave
you
Cal.
over Trump. I
No,
picked
I
you
gave
over
you-
Biden.
If
Yeah.
I could never win with my history on the show, but Taylor,
You
if you
lead
were trying
with
to
it.
help the Democrats win, who would you put in Biden's place?
Gavin Newsom.
Hmm,
He's like a
Naturally?
conventionally attractive guy. He's clearly smart. He's with it. He's young. He knows how to speak, which is important. He can be charismatic. I think that he would beat Trump on the stage. Like, if he went down and like started getting in like a battle, it wouldn't do, because he would want to avoid Trump's domain, which is like the throwing shit back and forth and like having having a reality show style argument up there, because Trump's going to win that against any of these politicians. But if he kind of had like a high-handed, like, I'm not engaging with this sort of thing, that's not what we're here to do, like that sort of response to it, I think he'd win. And so I'm sticking with my prediction that if the Democrats really wanted to win, they'd get Gavin Newsom. Like most of the people who are voting for Biden are similar to the people voting for Trump. They don't actually like the guy a ton. Like, and so if there was an alternative who was palatable, the Democrats wouldn't lose anyone by switching from Biden to Newsom. Like, no, I don't know if there's a Democrat in Ohio that's like, I was all in on Biden, but now, I don't know. Like, it just seems like a common sense move.
Yeah, I don't like all the sex stuff with Trump, and the potential that there are those underage girls at all. Can we separate the crime from the artist, though, the way we do with Kevin Spacey and so many other beloved Michael Jackson? Can we just look at like everything else and pretend like that didn't happen, and then I can still really like Trump? It's annoying. You know what? I don't like that.
Yeah,
it's funny you said that, because I haven't been able to articulate this thought I've had, that a lot of people who are pro-Trump aren't really pro that man. They're just absolutely fed up with the most unlikable parts of the blue team, right? Yes. The most unlikable parts of the blue team, like affirmative action, right? You know, like, oh, we need to pass over these guys and then pick these guys instead based on their skin color.
Yeah.
But we're virtuous when we do it. We're not like, we don't do it the way you do. Or I don't know, some
like
of the
trans
gender
kids
stuff.
thing. I'm like, am I going to vote for the party that wants to trans kids, or am I going to vote for the party that doesn't like that? Oh, that's pretty obvious. That's pretty clear.
I hear you. I don't even think it's real, but the critical race theory thing that they were saying was in the Virginia schools that helped him win the governorship. Whatever that is, that like the blue team is not messaging that right, and in some cases not doing it right. And if they could just remove the most unlikable parts of themselves, they do way better in elections.
That's true.
Yeah, my prediction is Trump is going to win enough of the black vote, the Hispanic vote, that he's going to, and the Muslim vote up, specifically up in the Rust Belt, that he's going to wipe the floor with Biden. I think that
he's not going to win the Muslim vote, and that's
he's as pro Israel as
I don't think he has to win it. I think he has to win more of it than he should.
Or they could just stay home.
They could stay home.
That's a way.
There's big counties up there that matter, apparently, where these small pockets of people can weigh heavily on the national stage.
To your point,
like the way
everybody
Broward
matters
County
when it's that close, right? When it's that close, every vote counts.
Yeah, it's about who has the most roads, who has to victory, how many, the combinations of states and such. But I think Trump's going to win in a landslide if I had to bet right now. And man, I specifically remember saying they should stop bullying the guy who's got a coin flip to be the most powerful man in the world in 6 or 9 months or whatever it was. It's like, what are y'all doing? Do you think you're really going to put him in prison so he can't be the president? Like, is that your goal here? then like let this wait till after the election. I never thought that any of this would happen, the legal stuff, troubles for him, not because I didn't think he was guilty of some shit or needed to go to court over his shit, but that it seemed against like democracy to like stir that shit up in the year of his presidential bid when he's leading, not when he's leading. You know, he's the most likely next president, and we're going to draw him up on these crimes that, you know, it's not capital murder. It's not, it's not something that needs our attention. He's not a danger to society. It's crimes, it's felonies. But
in the case of the business fraud stuff, election interference, business fraud stuff, I agree. It's not violent. The rapey stuff I like seeing tried.
Yeah, if it ever gets tried, you know, besides the sex assault with Carol Jean or whatever her name was, I believe.
Eugene Carroll.
Eugene Carroll. Okay. Like obviously that one did. Seems like a lot of them, there's a lot of he said, she said. And I never know what to think about that with a politician, especially somebody like Trump, who is so hated.
He said, she said.
I just remember the Jussie Smollet situation where you had that instance of here's someone who genuinely just went outside and made a conspiracy about the other team. And not only that, he race baited, he homo baited. Like he went full.
He's gay, Jussie Smollett.
Yeah. Oh yeah. These two MAGA hat wearing white guys had come up and this is Trump country. They're in Chicago.
He should have added the fucking mirrored sunglasses, even though it was nighttime.
Yeah. They had like put a noose around his neck and poured bleach on him, which I didn't understand the significance of pouring bleach on a black person at first, but then
I don't understand why that
you're
is.
Bleaching them white. You're erasing their race. You're just like,
if that worked,
not literally, but it's symbolically.
I think that's like a root. I think that's something they actually do in Korea or something. Don't they like bleach their skin?
It's also I think it's also like a what do you call it? Porn category. Like it's white dudes banging black chicks.
Oh,
well, that's a porn category. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Right, well, that's a lot more innocent than.
And the opposite.
I was picturing some dangerous BDSM with.
No.
Which one's less racist?
Blacked or bleached?
No, like the man black or the woman black. Like I don't know which one's.
I mean, if nobody's being racist, neither of them are racist.
You never know. But in any case, like you had that example there with that guy who just was like, I'm gonna go make some shit up. I'm gonna go out to, you know what? I'm gonna hire these two African motherfuckers I've been fucking, and I'm gonna have them help me make some shit up. And it was like, man, why are you just coming up with all these lies? And like when it gets found out, it looks so bad for the other team because the right can be like, you see, this is how they are. This is how they always are. This at a whole cloth. None of anything. It was all a performance, a fabrication. A studio audience should have been there to applaud. It doesn't look good when then you have no, really though. It's the boy who cried wolf. When you come back to him and you're like, no, for real. We have videos, we have P tapes. But forget about that Hunter Biden laptop thing. That was the other one when you had all those officials saying that it was Russian propaganda. It's like, man, we came back with receipts though. And y'all were lying, and it looks bad.
It does.
So then when you come back at me and you're like, I don't know, he raped a bunch of little kids. I'm like, fuck, man, you're like 0 for 2 on the big ones that actually went somewhere. Did he rape them kids? Because I hate that if he did it. You can't support. It's hard to laugh at the comedian who rapes people.
I'll keep going forever.
Impossible.
Actually. But are we done with politics? I have a different topic.
Yeah.
I'm done with it anytime.
All right. Yeah. I thought you might.
Great again.
So here's my question. I saw it on an Ask Reddit type thing, a variation of it. Let's pretend in this world you're never on the hook for child support or like parenting responsibilities.
Oh.
Would you like to have dozens and dozens of kids out there? Is that a thing that's like kind of cool to spread to be Johnny Appleseed over there? And
yes. And just from like a vanity sort of standpoint, if I'm being honest, because that's all. What else could it be? Like because you must think so much of your your genetics. That
Your
you're like, we
seed.
got to spread this far and wide. This is like
I think America
this is like when they
needs
got
more
watermelons
autism.
to stop being pieces of shit.
Too many people don't have facial blindness.
All you motherfuckers recognizing each other. It's got to stop.
They're like, Dad, I'm one of your 30 kids for the last time.
Yeah, but like you'd have to excuse all that other stuff, right? I don't want to have to talk to him or anything.
Right. Yeah. I of course, very few people actually want dozens of kids and the responsibility that goes with it. But just to, like, do I have a breeding kink? Because I think that'd be kind of cool.
It would be kind of cool, like be a miniature Genghis Khan. Be like, yeah, I got a bunch of kids out there. One of them's gonna do something good, and then I'll just ignore the bad ones. You know?
So you're on the train too, Taylor. You would it provided there were no responsibilities. You think it'd be cool to have a bunch of mini Taylors out there?
How about this is the scenario? Let me change it a little.
Team of kids to, like, because I'd want kids to.
I got it.
In their life too.
Imagine you live in a small town, Taylor, and you impregnate every single one of the local moms, and they all have kids at the same time, and you're the coach of the high school hockey team, and the whole team is your kids. This is a little sitcom I've been working on for us.
Oh, I'd like that. I'd like that. A lot of kids be on the bench. You know, I'd only take the A team. I'd take the kids from like the tallest women, and I'd show them the most favor, give them the most training. That'd be fun. It would be weird having a kid out there that like you had no connection to at all, though. I don't think I would like that at all.
I know somebody who has that.
This is from years ago, but do you guys remember? I told it on the show. Some friends of mine, or acquaintances really, that are lesbians, like asked if I would give them sperm,
give them your seed
because they wanted kids. And
did you fuck them both just to be sure?
No, it wasn't. They're not.
They wanted
that
a sample.
Be like, yeah, Mary, it's you, right? You're the one who wants the baby.
No.
They were more like Roseanne lesbians.
Let me ask you this. They started the question. They started the talk with like Sandra was like, Taylor, you just look so much like me. I thought.
A little less there, but
yeah.
So
they wanted a sample.
Both have hairy asses.
Yeah, they wanted me to consider giving them sperm so they could have a kid, and immediately I was like disgusted by that. I was like, "What?
You can't have my boy? No!"
Like, well, first of all, some legal bullshit's going to come down the pike 9 years from now, and I'm going to be paying you for a kid that you didn't even have a part in raising. You're gonna trans my son and make me pay for it. You know, that's not what I'm looking for. And also, it'd be so fucking weird to know you have a kid out there and just have nothing to do with the kid. You know, like just knowing your son's out there or your daughter, and they have no connection at all to their biological.
It's weird
father.
to you now because you haven't normalized it. 10, 12 kids in, you get used to it.
You would, yeah. It's probably like drugs, where eventually it's like I need to be, transitively banging up even more lesbians.
Mm-hmm.
Really,
that would be a good sitcom. Like, imagine that. Like, let's see, like maybe like the main character, his father was a fertility doctor. And on his father's deathbed, he confesses that he's done this to the whole town, and that he realizes that all the kids in town are his brothers and sisters.
That story from like some guy in, I think.
It's happened.
Denmark, like he
400
made it,
kids or something.
Like his whole career, he was like, haha, everybody else has been showing up, jacking off in a cup, and I've been pouring it down the garbage disposal, and I've been getting y'all pregnant.
I mean, he is a doctor.
Wild. Yeah, but not like a real one.
I mean, he's a fertility doctor. It seems like he's got beakers and
he's not even that. He's just giving his own cum to women.
No, he's like their doctor.
He's a PhD.
He's a PhD. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty fucking good. I mean, some bricklayers out there, you know what I mean? Like not everybody's a PhD, Taylor. I'm sorry.
Well, this guy, like
I bet if your lesbian friends could choose between your seed or a PhD seed, they probably, I don't know.
No, they'd want the internet guy.
Okay, you're right.
They'd be like, we really want our son to be able to do a marginal Indian guy impression. Oh, well, you have come to the right place for cum.
There was an X-Files episode where that was happening in a town, and they were just discovering it because the kids were being born with tails.
There's one doctor with a tail who's like, it's got everyone baffled.
I can't get
well,
past
he wasn't
the
a
idea
doctor.
that
He was like a janitor or something. He was sneaking in.
I'm stuck on the thought that these lesbians scissor all the time. They saw Taylor do the splits, and now they want his seed.
That's true.
Those girls don't scissor. They saw.
I was banging out the splits at their birthday party that one time, and they're like, whoa, this guy, we need his cum. Let's ask him and put him in a uncomfortable position.
When I first heard you say do the splits,
Yeah.
I was like, it's do a split. He says it funny. And then I realized a split is like South Jersey only. Like it's a very small, like South Jersey, Philly, and the rest of the country says it your way.
No, I think in the South we say do a split too.
Do you? Oh, no.
Sometimes it's hard for me to, I don't know, like remember how I say it, or because I go back and forth depending on who I'm talking to, with like things like caramel or whatever.
Yeah. Caramels if I'm like trying to, flavor it up, fancy it up. Otherwise, it's just caramel.
I say caramel. Like that's my default, I think, because I just did.
I would probably say caramel because I'm not as high-handed as you.
La-di-da.
Yeah.
I think you're the one being high-handed.
Caramel is fancier than caramel.
Open your mouth and enunciate caramel.
I did a Google image
one is
search.
the dirtier sounding word, caramel or caramel?
Caramel. Man, I would
Thank
love
you.
a Carmelo right now.
I did a Google image search on like the split versus a split, hoping to find like a US map. And all I did is unlock a new kink. This is pretty good.
Yeah, you guys got to play by my rules though. As a Midwesterner, we're the ones with the most common vernacular that everyone gets, no matter where you live in the country. You're gonna take some like, isn't it Pittsburgh where they say yins guys instead of you guys? All yins.
Are you sure it's not yins?
Yeah, like YINZ.
Oh, I've heard use. My father-in-law used to say use.
Use.
Yeah,
Don't like that. You is already plural.
Yeah.
All of you. But anyway,
I haven't watched The Weatherman in so goddamn long. I just realized, like, if I want the weather, I pull up the Doppler radar and look at what's going on, because
I ask Siri most of the time.
Yeah, right. Like the last time I saw a Weatherman, it was on the dirty side of YouTube, and it was Mexican weather girls.
Weathermen need to go by the wayside. You can only be like so useless for so long. Like there's no point. They're all the apps do it for you, and it's faster.
Well, who do you think does the apps?
Meteorologists. We don't need one for every channel, though.
That's
so
what
you're
I'm saying.
the TV personality needs to go, not so much that the profession needs to go.
Yeah, the TV guy. Like, there's no point in wasting time on even giving that guy a second of screen time. Like,
you know what I learned?
You already know.
The weather forecasting accuracy is wildly different in different parts of the country. Like in Florida, they nail it like 8 days out. They get it right all the time. Where Kyle and I are, it's pretty good. Like 4 to 7 days. Like they usually get it. Where Taylor is, beyond 2 to 3 days, and it's kind of a crapshoot. And I didn't.
Oh, maybe that's why I have such a bad image of weathermen, because maybe it's just a Midwest thing, because we have weird weather here with all the.
They say it's very hard to call.
Yeah, they're wrong all the time. They'll be like 88 and sunny on Saturday, plan a cookout, and then it's the kind of downpour where I'm like losing electricity. And it's like, how could you get it this wrong? That's like if I was like, oh, this year's Stanley Cup winner is going to be the Milwaukee Bucks.
It's got to be. There's a lot of convergence of like pressure zones and stuff there. There's a lot of like hot air and cold air mixing there.
We had all the airs, all the kinds of air. Ask anyone I know about all the different types of air.
Whereas all the weather systems in Georgia, for example, come from south west of us, from the Gulf of Mexico. Often, if it's anything big, when hurricanes hit us, that's sort of in quotes hit us in Atlanta. It'll be these huge waves and bands of rain that come from the Gulf. So you see it coming for days and days in advance.
So Zach's about to show that map. Hopefully the link works. It's all working well. It should.
Mute that.
Wish it were fewer steps.
I really dig the Mexican weather girls, though. Oh, I thought it was going to be Mexican weather girls.
No. But you see, like Florida, 7 days out, no more than 2 here in like the Missouri, Kansas area. And where we are, it's 3 to 4. I forget what I said, but.
Yeah. That's a huge area where they're not getting more than 2 days out.
Nobody lives there, though.
Chicago and St. Louis and What other
Never heard
cities
of
are
them.
there? Minneapolis.
I've
Just-
been to Oklahoma, Taylor.
There's dozens of people there that are listening right now. We probably got 3 or 4.
There's more Buttigieg supporters than there are people in northern Oklahoma.
And that's not many. So Milwaukee, Minnesota. Now we'll never know. The Dakotas, they probably have a city between them. Bismarck, the bustling metropolis of Bismarck.
What is the biggest city in the Dakotas? Like I know Mount Rushmore's in South Dakota. Is that the
Fargo.
I was guessing Bismarck because that's the capital of.
We'll never know.
I couldn't care less.
Let's spend.
I'm
a
looking for
huge amount
Mexican weather girls.
Oh yeah, well they always have good weather, and so it's just like a reaffirmation that they live in a nice climate, that they get to watch the weather every day, and it's really just about watching a hot lady. So good for them. It's a good part of their culture.
Yeah,
They
it's
should bring
France
it here
versus
with
Mexico. Show that, Zach. That's
Oh,
good stuff.
France! I would have thought France would be all about something sexy.
Their weather's always shitty, right?
Yeah, that's why
like
even
dreary?
more so. And there's a lot of hot women in France.
Hmm.
I think.
It's
Well, it's a
Sioux
big country.
Falls.
Oh my god!
Sioux Falls.
What is this nonsense? France. Oh.
Doesn't that makes you want to move down to Mexico, like just to watch the weather girl? Can we
Kyle,
get this
is she
channel?
a 10?
Like her body is near perfect. We can't really see, but like she's shaped cartoon like.
I've
She's also
seen
posing well.
everything I need to see. That is
Her
such
face
a-
could be she could not have a nose like Skeletor or
There's
something.
There are
nothing her
positions
face
in which
could
the
look
face doesn't matter.
If she turns around and I see you looking back at me, it's still a 10.
The reason she can't be a 10, the reason she can't be a 10 is like now imagine she has a twin sister who has just like better nails and stayed out of the sun a little more. Now you fucked up.
So in
Now-
your world, there can only be one 10.
No, that it's
Okay.
that
That'd be
it's that
ridiculous.
it's that there can be no 10s.
Okay.
No, that's-
I
how's
thought I
that?
was extreme.
So you're doing
Wow,
it on
this
like an
woman's
earthquake
talented.
scale. Wow, your theory is crumbling before our eyes.
I just saw 2 10s.
Look, near perfection. But again, you're wanting to define this as perfection.
You
I
come
wouldn't
off like
even
one
say-
of those people
we
that
can't
fuss about
even
Megan
see-
Fox's thumbnails.
We can't even see her.
You wouldn't say
I'm-
she's a 10. She's right here.
Look, Megan Fox's thumbs are why she's not a 10. She can be whatever you want her to be, but come on, them thumbs. If you were changing her character around in a video game, you probably trim those back a little.
You would never notice her thumbs.
But you would because I already just told you about them. Now you know, and now you have Megan Fox. You're gonna trim them goddamn thumbs.
Trim her thumbs.
Yes.
So like just clip them.
like create a class. This is magic. God damn it! Aren't you
Okay,
following
well,
along?
I'm
There's
following
a
along
fantasy
somewhere.
happening right now.
I don't think a weird thumb is enough to knock a woman down from a
Dude,
10
I've
to a
seen the
9.7
thumbs.
or whatever.
Well, then we have a very
We have a
different
different
rating
definition
system.
of 10.
What is this, Zach? This is just a hot ass chick. But again, not a 10. Like I don't know. I can't see half of her face. Like again, gorgeous, beautiful, nearing perfection.
I don't like her face, how she has that like resting frown.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the weather girl? Oh. Just a weird
My
bit
goodness.
of face
Just
then.
her body turned out to be perfect.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? Jesus Christ. I think Amaranth
You're
is pretty
changing your
close
story
to
more
it.
than a fucking weather girl.
I'm an Amaranth fanboy, so I would have to say she's like a 8.5 or something like that. She's like super high up there to sort of. You just don't see many like perfect from head
Yeah, you
to
don't
toe
see
in
many.
every way human beings.
On the rating scale, I'm somewhere in between, right? Some people would argue that 10% of people are 10s, right? But that's a lot. It should be a bell curve. But I think that the top 0.1% of people can be 10s. And what is that? 1%? No, 0.1 is 1 in 1,000. So if I go to the shopping mall and get 1,000 people there, I should find a single 10. And this weather girl qualifies. She would be that person.
I think Woody's assessment is accurate. I think it's fair and balanced.
No,
And I
figure
think-
skating rules. You know, like what if you see something better? What if they spun one more time up there? How is that a 10? What if she made it a quadruple axle?
Doesn't figure skating only go up to 6?
I think
don't know.
I don't think that's
I've
accurate.
never actually watched it. I've just
Really?
seen
I
that clip of that one woman whose name is escaping me.
Nancy Kerrigan?
Nancy Kerrigan. I've just seen all
Yeah.
that stuff.
I watched
Which is-
I watched the Olympics because they're often very
Yeah.
pretty and they're wearing very little and they're athletic and it's cool. And when they fall, it's kind of dramatic, you know.
And you can
You're like,
imagine
"Oh."
yourself with them because they're skating with a gay guy.
The highest score in figure skating is a 6. Kyle's a tough judge. He's gonna see that weather girl and be like, 5.8. Jesus.
You're talking about, asymptotically approaching a 10, but never quite reaching it. You didn't eat vegetables until 5 years ago. I'm not. I'm not taking.
I wasn't missing out on much. Oh, peas are so fucking good. Get out of here.
Okay, you pick one of the worst vegetables.
They're good with rice and too much butter.
I mean, I probably had bell peppers in my fajitas at some point. You know what I mean? I pick those up.
Did you gag? You're like, just eating like an 11-year-old until your early 30s is the funniest bit.
Yeah.
just, yay, DIno nuggies. You're 31.
All right, now I didn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Like I never like processed foods, like overly processed. There's like a second category of processed foods. I can't remember what it's like, super processed or something, hyper processed, stuff like DIno nuggets, where they've like liquefied some sort of paste of meats, and then they've mixed it with some other chemicals, preservatives, and flavorings, and then they've formed it and made it appear to have been fried, and it's in a little smiley face. Like, that shit is scary. That to me is like Soylent Green level. Like, I don't want to put that in my body. I mean, I eat hot dogs. Hot dogs are good. Like, I feel like if you get the good hot dogs, especially the more expensive kind, then they're not grinding up pig assholes, presumably, and putting them in there, which I prefer.
Do you consider bratwurst to be a higher quality hot dog like I do?
Depends on what mood I'm in. Sometimes I prefer the nice all beef hot dog, but I like brats a lot as well. A nice spicy brat. It's
its own little thing, like category. It's almost like going to a corn dog. Those things are so big. They always have a snap.
Maybe I'm a hot dog size queen, and I really just
sounds like
on brats. Yeah,
we all. I mean, I want a big old beefy brat or a big beefy hot dog, and it's got to be beef. I go to someone's house and they try and serve me a chicken and turkey and pork mix hot dog, hands will be thrown.
I'm like that. He was telling me it's got to be so girthy that it hurts a little.
On the way out and the way in.
Yeah, I don't like that. I like the skinny hot dogs, and preferably they sort of split them down the middle and like grill them until they're almost blackened.
I mean, that's good,
something like that.
Too. But if you're at a barbecue or whatever, aren't you a little happier when you're like, bro, they got the big giant ballpark Franks?
I'd genuinely be a little like bummed out if that's all they had.
When I say ballpark Franks, I don't want someone to misconstrue what I said and think I'm talking about the ballpark brand, because there are many better brands. I just mean the style, like the big hot dog.
I don't care for those. I like the skinnier one that like is really steamed or like boiled. I like boiled hot dogs. I boil them in like some seasoning and spices and stuff like that. And I don't like any snap at all. I don't want a real intestine hot dog. I want a caseless hot dog.
Oh, no, I'm down with the snap. I like that. So you probably don't like brats much at all because they've all got a snap.
They all do. I like chicken sausages. There used to be this chicken sausage stand I'd go to. Fucking delicious. They'd be full of jalapenos and cheese and all sorts of nonsense. Be really good.
I'm not that big on cheese in my brats. If whatever I want to add to my brat, I can do after it's done. I can throw some onions on there. I can throw some sauerkraut. Sauerkraut's the S tier #1 topping you can put on a brat. But I don't need cheese in it. I don't need jalapenos in it. If I want jalapenos, I'll slice up raw jalapeno and put it on there. Or pickled jalapenos.
I don't like this big, gigantic thing. And I don't like bratwurst at all. I just don't like how it tastes.
You're just not that's not very Western and not very American of you.
It's German.
Bratwurst, well, they are Western. I was about to push back.
Yeah.
It's kind of German, right?
Germany, that's Western. There's a lot. How do we get brats here? A bunch of fucking Germans came over.
They're always chewy. Like I'm imagining eating one right now, and I'm imagining chewing for way too long on this like case of this thing.
It's not
just like
chewy for me. It's the heat. Like oftentimes a brat is burning hot on the inside. Like not spicy, but like the temperature is still boiling for way too long.
Yeah. And I've been punished for that.
Yeah, you're not alone.
You take a bite off it immediately, and you're like, "Well, my mouth is already burned. I may as well continue eating." Poor Jed.
Taylor has a PhD. He's not a medical doctor.
Yeah,
just burn your birds. I already got you. What can you do?
Oh yeah.
Woody, have you gotten into Game of Thrones yet? House of Dragon?
Yes, I should be current.
What are you thinking about the season so far? What's your overall kind of feel for the way things are going?
I don't love it, but I don't hate it. I guess you could say I like it. I think that it's been a little predictable and a little slow moving. The last episode, if you're current on the one, have you
Dragon fight?
Okay, yeah, you're current. I wasn't going to spoil that much, but yeah, there's a dragon fight. So it is consequential. And prior to this, it almost seemed like everything was like, I don't give a fuck about this happening to that person or this dialogue or, oh, did you try to talk and, didn't really come to a conclusion on your talking? Like, what am I doing? Why am I watching this plot that doesn't advance until recently?
So spoilers, because I want to talk about kind of the whole season and my feel for it thus far, because it's bad. It's not all right. Bad is strong. So bad is a strong word. This is clearly a show that's costing probably 10 million plus an episode to make. Those wigs usually look pretty fucking good. Everybody's got a wig on. Like everybody's got a wig on.
Yeah.
But man, they've done some weird shit. At one point they just break into the Red Keep, the main castle in King's Landing, Taylor, where like the royal family lives. Suddenly all it takes to get in there and kill the prince in his infant bed is for a rat catcher to take you in a secret way. They just walk in one of the water outlets, like the sewer outlets, and they make the right turn or two and go up a ladder. And wouldn't you know it, there's a secret latch that opens up into like a different prince's fucking bedroom.
My lord, we've been telling you to address the secret latch for a long time now.
Nobody's on guard.
No one's on guard. That's true. But the rat catcher might have unfettered access to a castle.
I told you this show was going to punish you guys.
Some bum off the street who could walk right into the prince's bedroom. That's crazy to me.
The show is going to tease you guys even earlier in the series than Game of Thrones.
Dude, they killed the infant prince in his bed, like cut his head off.
Are you sure it's the prince? I'm not 100% sure.
100%.
Really, my mind's open to the idea that they're lying to us. That
they're lying.
Well, so what
there
happens?
was a little ambiguity, I suppose.
There's a prince and a princess, Taylor, sitting next to each other in cribs or small beds, whatever. They're like three. Yeah. They both have long hair, and they're both wearing white sleeping gowns. And they're like, "Which one's the boy?" Paraphrased. And the mom is like, "That one." And they kill without checking. And I'm like, "What is this fucking plot hole you're here?" And then afterwards, they're like, "Oh, they killed my boy." And I'm like, if they said, "Hey, spoiler, that was the girl that they killed," I wouldn't be shocked.
What kind of bullshit assassins are these that they don't just wipe out both kids?
They're there to kill. They're not even that. They weren't even supposed to kill that kid. That kid wasn't even the one. They were there for like an adult. All right, so it's that Martin Lawrence quote from Bad Boys. Do you remember Bad Boys 1 when Martin Lawrence, his daughter's boyfriend, comes over? Like, I'm here to take out. Shut up. I'm here. He goes, I'm here to take out Denise. And he goes, how fucking old are you? Dude looks old. He's like 15. 15, Ninja, you look 30.
And then he says that classic line. He goes, yeah, well, I'm a Bad Boys too. And then remember that?
No, there's a character like that in the show. Like I think that the prince with the eye patch is supposed to be like 16 or some shit. He looks 30 and he looks scary 30. Yeah, there's been a lot of weird writing like that and a lot of pitter pattering around and a lot of shit I don't care about. And goddamn, it's not been a good show. The dragon fight was fine. I thought their CGI was fine. I wasn't like blown away by it, but I wasn't let down by it.
You don't want a show like Game of Thrones. Like Game of Thrones was not good because it had good CGI in the early seasons. It was good because the characters were compelling and it was well written. It was interesting. The dialogue was good. Like all the best scenes were like Littlefinger and fucking Varys and whoever, all the articulate characters like talking shit or commiserating over a plot. Like that's what made it good. And so if they're leaning too heavy on dragon fights, like that's just
they're not
going to carry you in the long run.
We're like 6 or 7 episodes in, and there's been one fight in the last episode. It's
are you going to stick with it, or are you
of course, yeah. It's too big of a thing not to like finish up and see what they're doing.
Are you
It's
finding the
beautiful.
plot moving too slowly? I know you're more tolerant of slow plots than me.
I've been watching it week to week as well.
Mhm.
I guess that like big things happen every episode. Like the first episode, there's an assassination, and the second episode, there's an assassination. And then I can't remember what happened, every episode. But then there was the dragon fight in the most recent episode. So I feel like usually there's a big enough thing that goes down, but there are these slow, dreary scenes with side characters I don't care about. And I'm usually really good about this. There was a point where I was almost encyclopedic about Game of Thrones and the lineages, and like, no, that's a different Robert. Like, but with this show, there's so many mixed race kids that I can't tell who's who. And it's like, oh shit, that's his daughter. What the fuck? And it's like, and like they skipped forward in time a little bit, and so people had like another generation, and it's like, oh my god, that's not his mother. That's his grandmother. Like, holy shit! Like the king's grandmother is the pretty brown-haired girl. It's like she's the green lady.
Al said mixed race, but like in Game of Thrones, even the hair color like represents the family, right? So this is the strong family; they're all brunettes. This is the Targaryens; they're all blonde. And then you see some brunette kids come from the blondes, and that's practically mixed raced in this universe.
No, I'm talking about all the half black, half white children.
They're okay. To me, they all mix up, and I'm like, you're supposed to be able to tell the family lines by the hair color, but there's so much like
Everybody's blonde. Everybody's fucking bleach blonde, except for like 3 guys who are all brown haired, and we all act like. Man, I love that we're still pretending like that one kid isn't a bastard.
Yeah.
Like I know we never told you, but Jesus Christ, it's like The Jerk with Steve Martin. There's this old movie where Steve Martin is an orphan raised by a country bumpkin black family, and they have to tell him when he's like Steve Martin's age that he's not black, and like because like they're all like jamming out, playing music and singing. He can't keep a beat. Like he's like white cracker honky white. He's jazz listening.
He was 30.
Yes.
Yeah, he's gonna stop aging. Good for him.
Yeah, good for him. I hope he never does.
But he aged 50 years in 30 of them.
He just went all white really early. He got that out of the way. So some of us like to front load our gray hair and just get out of the way.
You know what happened to him? It all went white at once.
Did he get scared?
No. No, it was like over time.
It was over time.
It's like normal, like normal human beings. He didn't see God like Moses or anything. That's one of my that does happen, and I'd love to hear like the scientific reason. I'm sure there is one for why that happens that way. And I don't quite understand what happens. Let's say you have this traumatic event is what I'm talking about, or this wild thing that happens to you, and then your hair turns white. Does that mean that like your hair can't change color like the hair that's already out? Like does it mean that
it would
like
mean from now on it's going to be white, right?
That it starts growing out white from then on is like my interpretation. But the Bible kind of makes it sound like Moses was like bleached.
I mean, Moses was
like,
old.
Maybe it made it sound like those 2 Nigerians came out of nowhere with some bottles of bleach and like dumped them all over Moses. And
it could have happened. You can't disprove that.
This is Jehovah country.
This is Jehovah country. It's like, please don't bleach my hair.
And they bleached him.
They bleached him and they stole his Subway sandwich.
They locked that guy up, and he was screaming while when they drug him away. It was very satisfying.
How long is he in?
I don't remember. Is
he out now? I
don't know. I watched the sentencing and him making like a big like screaming thing, like and then that's the last I heard of Jussie Smollet.
Jussie Smollet. Let's see. Are you in jail or prison? I guess. In 20. No. The fuck? How is this not like the main thing in his Wikipedia page?
But yeah, I'm disappointed with the show. I kind of went into it knowing I was going to be disappointed, because even if that show were like lights out, like if it was like the second coming of Game of Thrones, there's that taint that's in 50% of the episodes of the show. We hearken back to the Song of Ice and Fire verbatim. They'd say it literally. Remember this?
The prince that was promised.
Remember the prince that was promised in the secret of the Song of Ice and Fire that Aegon the Conqueror had. It's very, very important. And I'm like, no, it's fucking not. No, it's fucking not. I know more than any of you. I promise you it's not. I was so obsessed with why it was. I had my own theories. Oh, and it wasn't.
That fat retard is never going to finish those books.
No,
who cares? Who cares if he finishes them? Like, what are
I would want to know what happens because I read all the other books.
I thought it was going to
can't be
match
that
what
much
happened in
better.
the show.
No.
There's no way it would because
He said it would. He said.
I think he
that
gave
that
him
was
the outcomes and they showed how to get there. But that's just me. Like maybe I'm wrong about
We're
that.
on
We
the
don't
show.
fucking know.
He'll
Here's
never
what I know
write
for
it.
sure.
It
Here's
wouldn't
what's
make
true
sense.
though. He saw the fan reaction. He will not duplicate it. Like even if that was the plan, he'll be like, I never told them that. They're communist liars and they rape children. Have you seen the Epstein files? He'll say that, and then he'll say, "Here's my cool ending." See, Daenerys draws the print. What I needed was John.
All the prophecies mean something.
Let me say what I made up last week when I was having this exact same rant for everyone in my house. I needed Bran to use his time-space manipulation to send Jon Snow back in time. And that whole prophecy about or the old legend about the guy who drew the sword from his wife's heart and then it had the power to like do the magic. That's about John in the past. And he goes back in time and does that thing and he realizes he sees himself do it and he has to like kill Daenerys. He has to kill Daenerys, pull the magic sword out of her, and then he kills the Night King, but not in that episode, not in the first episode of the battle. Like we need the Night King to have pushed all the way down to the Riverlands or to King's Landing itself, to somewhere like dramatic. The Riverlands would be cool. And like you could see maybe they freeze the river. There's that big river crossing, right? And that the Walder Frey controls. So we're all waiting there for the Night King, but he freezes the fucking river. And the whole river turns solid. So now they can approach more broadly and we think, oh no, they didn't realize he could just freeze the river, but they did know. You see Deus Ex Machina dragons coming from each side, like melting them in the water, and they're all dying it wasn't water, it was oil. Like I needed some cool shit to happen. And they couldn't fucking muster it. They did all they could do was
fiery
character
shit.
assassination.
Do you think?
Yeah, give me some of that cool.
You know what
green.
I wanted? Bran has the ability to go back and forward in time. Seemingly, he is everything and everybody.
Yeah.
Why wasn't Bran the crippled kid, Bran the builder who built the Great Wall?
That would have been sick.
That would have been good. That would have made sense. That would have been fun.
Maybe, and here's the thing, Woody, but here you need to tie back into the future. So you have Bran go back to when he was Bran the Builder and when he placed like the magic fucking weapon or the key or the symbol in the base of the wall and sealed it in. And Bran goes, dig. And they just start digging and they pull out a fucking like magic glowing super samurai axe or some shit that's made out of a dragon's head. Who will wield the dragon's head? And Jon Snow steps forward and like wields the dragon head sword or whatever the fuck. I needed some cool shit to happen. And they couldn't muster it because they were so money hungry. They wanted out of their locked in episodic pay at HBO and to get that Star Wars teat money. And then Star Wars said, fuck you. Your fan base abandoned you. And they made Third Body Problem, which I think is mediocre and probably getting another season.
Do you think it's possible that George R.R. Martin pulled like a Stephen King and even he at this point really doesn't have a way to wrap it up?
Yes.
Like that's
do you think? I don't think
be it.
He's 75. I think he retired and didn't tell us.
He could be president. What are you talking about?
He is so much.
terms.
He's fatter than Chris Christie.
What?
He carries it
unless he's lost a lot of weight.
He's got that pumpkin body style.
Yeah, a real fucking.
You just know that his ass is very pale.
He's like a November 20th pumpkin.
He's got that bleached, but he's got that bleached like never saw the sun part on the bottom.
Before we go back to making fun of fat people, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. This episode is brought to you by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free. That's free, folks. When you use promo code PKA at checkout, just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com. Promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. So check it out, BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com. Promo code PKA, get your first month free. And stick with the tried and true formula recommendation of Kyle of the Tadalafil. That seems to be the winning combo. So if you're out there thinking, man, my dick could be harder.
Now, is that medical advice
This is the
Taylor,
answer
that you're
for
giving?
you. No.
Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. No,
No.
I got to say it takes like less than 10 minutes to sign up. It's like 3 or 4 clicks and yes, my dick doesn't work. And $5 later, they send you, I think it's 3 pills or something like that. So, but each pill lasts for like days.
Yeah.
And it's super effective. I got to say it's really fun. I'm a big fan. I have the 90 pills a month plan or some shit. Like it's a bunch. I think it's a lot. And I forget to turn the auto renewal off. Dude, I have so much Blue Chew that it looks kind of bad. Like I had to turn the auto renewal off. It's like I'm not selling them or anything out of my house, but I do have like 200 pills or something like that.
I've got like an Aldi bag full of them because I did the same thing where I was like, well, I mean, if you got 90, I mean, think of the savings, you know? And then
yes,
and I
no,
did
for
that,
real.
I did
There's
that for like a 13-month period until it was like, I can't keep up with my own dick pill regimen. So I'm still sitting on, I'll turn it back on when I run out, but I'm still set for a while. When you asked me, is that medical advice? It reminded me of the Mr. Plow Simpsons where Homer's like, call Mr. Plow, I'll take care of your driveway. And Bart's like, you are bonded and licensed by the city, aren't you, Mr. Plow? He's like, shut up, boy. This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load.
Ooh.
Check it out. Sign up, see when it comes back in stock. I know they've been having difficulty keeping in stock for a little bit now because it's selling like hotcakes. We just need to get more of that available for you guys. So in the meantime, if you want any of the other products over at GorillaMind.com, PKA and Jizz both work as 10% off of anything over there. So if you need protein powder, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, anything you need, use PKA or Jizz for 10% off. It's all very high quality stuff. Derek does an excellent job at making efficacious dosages in whatever product he's making. Very good stuff.
I want something like selling like hotcakes. I don't know, selling like cream pies. What would
selling like cream pies? I like that. We can do selling like cream pies. And this episode is also brought to you by PainkillerRD.com. Go ahead and check out our merch. Buy a T-shirt, buy a mug, buy some stickers, buy hats, hoodies. Everybody who's been tweeting at me, keep sending them. I like them. Y'all look handsome as hell. Haven't gotten a woman to send a thing yet. I'm pretty sure.
Do you have cock rings on there yet?
Not yet. We're working on it. We're gonna have to get those sourced. But yeah, check it out. Use code PKA10 for 10% off anything over at PainkillerReady.com. Or if you're like most of the people buying, disregard the coupon code entirely and just buy it.
Just give us 10% more.
Give us 10% more because nobody's using the coupon code. So, but there is a coupon code if you want to use it. It's PKA10. So
it will give you
PainkillerReady.com. Check it out
if you want it.
If you want it, buy some.
And then didn't we get like 150 in donations to the to whatever nonsense I made up?
Yeah, some people donated money to, what was it, the victims of Dr. Disrespect?
Yes.
And Woody was like, I'm a victim. And so I guess thank you guys for your donations to Woody, the victim of Dr. Disrespect.
Yes.
Technically.
I'm actually feeling a little victimized. I know you are too, Kyle. So we keep those donations rolling.
Do you feel like 1/3 victimized as much as that
I feel right? An even third victimized.
Even third victimized.
That's how I would put it. And would you put it that way?
Exactly.
Exactly. I feel 30% victimized by this.
30% victimized sounds right.
Yep. Yeah, that sounds right.
All right. Anyway, buy our merch. It's cool stuff over there. I need to get some hats. I want some dog clothes too. I would like dog clothes.
Like
Biden finished his press
sweaters?
conference.
What's the
Apparently-
reaction on the?
So I read two things
Jover's
anyway,
trending.
AP and CNBC. I was trying for less biased,
Mhm.
and apparently he flubbed one answer, and he called Kamala Vice President Trump. But outside of that, it was mostly forceful in what he was trying to do.
Okay.
Based on what
is
I
this
read,
the
I didn't
thing
see
where he called Zelensky Putin?
that was a different thing, Taylor.
That's different. Okay.
Okay. No, this is really good. Holy shit, that's really good. No. If we found out that that's what was going on this whole time, that's going to be their biggest season ever. If the Biden presidency, the last few months have been an episode of Practical Jokers, it's like, welcome to the 26th season of Practical Jokers, the Biden presidency. That's right. We've been the three of us have been the pranksters behind some of the most humiliating, degrading, and debasing acts you've ever seen a president.
It shows you like Murr behind the scenes, like, say you're the first black female president. He's like, "You're the first black female president."
I want you to read out pause.
His pause. And ice cream all over your face.
And I want this verbatim, Joe. Your legs. The in the summertime when the sun bleach my leg and the hairs, they get blonde, very blonde, and the children in the pool. And he's like, do I have to, please? Please say no.
Dude, he's gonna wrap up his presidency. He's gonna take a mask off. It's gonna be Daniel Day-Lewis. He's gonna
By the
say it
way,
was the most challenging role he's ever played.
They focus on the leg thing because, but at that exact moment, I mean, like the next sentence, he says he's got all these black children jumping in his lap, and he says, I'm used to cockroaches. Like, I'm so close to exactly what he said. It was bizarre. It seemed like he was talking about black people being cockroaches or children. And I mean, he's it's a photo op, like propaganda piece anyway. He's surrounded by black children. I mean, they're like hanging off of him. What is? Oh, okay. That's horrific. All right, that's horrific. That's
My president.
I hate that so much. God, when you mix them together, you notice the skin tone actually got lighter, though.
Probably.
Yo, Trump's in war mode. He's got his war paint on these days. He's gone for that like burnt orange. He's dark. When they let shadows cast on him, he's starting to look like very intense. It's like a football player or something.
You
The
just
amount of
don't
face paint he's got
understand
on.
bodybuilding. This is how we get ready before the big show.
Dude, he's glistening. The last time I saw him, he was very dark. And and he's got a new hair guy. He's got a wartime hair guy. You know, he's got that day-to-day hair person, which might be him. And like you know, but then like when it's game day, he's got that wartime guy who gets him looking right. I heard Melania's at the most recent thing, making an appearance after a while. So that's a good sign for the marriage. If any of you were concerned,
I wasn't concerned, but I also would believe 1,000%, and that's always been my assumption, that Trump was a do his own hair style billionaire. Like there's no way that there's a hired person like every morning doing that and making it look as often silly as it looks. Like there's just no way. It's got to be him doing that thing where he's pushing it over and he's like, "Fooled him again, Donald," and then he.
I think it is. I think it is that. I think he's got a guy. But what I'm saying is he's got a wartime guy. Like more recently, it's like he's got a different look about him. Last time I saw a picture of him, again, very burnt orange, auburn almost, and the hair was looking on point.
Auburn, like the university, like their
like their colors, like burnt orange, looking intense.
I saw a picture of Joe a little oranged up.
I saw that was the laugh of the conservative meme subreddit was, you know, there was this meme 6 months ago or something was when it was first posted. And the idea was that Biden was going to start copying Trump. And it was a cartoonized Biden all oranged up. And then they're like, from fiction to fact, boys, look at this. And it's Biden all oranged up in that Stephanopoulos interview. And it's like, holy shit, they put the bronzer on him. I mean, they were his bronzer looks way better than Trump's, to be fair. He's got a professional. Somebody did a good job.
Had the raccoon eyes where you could tell.
It was the same person that did the makeup on Guardians of the Galaxy, I heard. came in there.
You heard
He's got this
people
Hollywood
saying
connections. Yeah, George Clooney's guy came in there. George Clooney turning his back on Biden is wild. Some of the stuff that he said in that thing where, like, let's see. He goes on, I'm a lifelong Democrat, no apologies. I'm one of the biggest fundraisers. And then he names all of his accomplishments, pats himself on the back for a while. And then he goes, but the one battle he cannot win is the fight against time. None of us can. It's devastating to say, but the Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago at the fundraiser was not the Joe big fucking deal Biden of 2010. He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate. Was he tired? Yeah. A cold? Maybe. But our party leaders need to stop telling us that 51 million people didn't see what we just saw. And he goes on and on about Trump and blah, blah, blah. But like, that's the meat and potatoes of it, if you ask me. And it's like, this is his biggest fundraiser. This is the guy who would love for Joe Biden to do well. Like, if he cares about anything, it's avoiding what I keep talking about, which is Trump's America. It's the Supreme Court, the entire Congress, and Trump being in charge right after you just told him that he's immune from anything he does. And then you prosecuted him before that. It's like it feels like they were poking the bear. When this was down the line, when like you didn't have to kiss his ass, you didn't have to be dishonest. I feel like they antagonized him. I really hope Trump doesn't ruin America next year. I don't think he will, but
he won't.
But you could see why a more vindictive person than we hope he is might.
It's easy to say like, nothing's going to happen. It never does until it does. Like I remember when I was at the time, you guys were both pro-choice. And I was like, Trump's pro-life. And you're both like, that won't change. That won't change at all. They always say that and they never get it done. But then it got done. Mm-hmm. The idea that if Trump wanted to stay in office, his next January 6th would be successful isn't wild to me.
I don't see that happening. Like
January 7th.
January 7th. The big sequel everyone's been anticipating. Yeah, I think it'll be similar to the first time, where big promises, big guarantees, and then not a lot delivered.
I remember how much he struggled the last time. Like his staff turnover was like legendary. It seemed like he was constantly losing his chief of staff, his chief of defense, like top level secretaries. Next time, he won't be such a rookie. And he'll hire people who help him get done what he aspires to get done, who won't second guess him. There was like almost a shadowy wall in there that like the adults in the room that kept Trump from doing silly things. That won't be the case next time around.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Or I mean, they also like impeded stuff that was popular with his base, like building a wall, just as the most basic example.
I would argue the Democrats did that, not his chief of staff.
They definitely contributed to it. Like they were the driving. No, I was saying the Democrats contribute. Like they fought hard against it.
They literally did it. No, on the other hand, Trump fucked that up because he could have had it, but he's like, no, I don't want your infrastructure and I don't want your wall money unless you also call off the special investigator Mueller. And they're like, we're not going to do that too. And he's like, well, then no deal, nothing. So he got nothing.
Yeah, he got his tax cuts passed and he did a bunch of stuff.
And that's it.
And that's and see, that's what like makes me kind of I think like all the hysteria about like he's going to be a fucking Hitler, whatever. It's like
I was watching the
I
was watching the 2016 Republican primary debates.
Okay.
And it was when they had the full stage up there, like 9 or 12 candidates or something wild like that. And Trump was front and center. That they sort of, based on your polling, that's how they arranged you. And they asked about that Iranian general Soleimani or something like that. Mm-hmm. And again, primary days. And Trump's like, I take care of that problem. He's like, that's all you want to say? Because they're like, traditionally this person's been considered like, off limits, and yet we believe he's a sponsor of terrorism. He travels around the world, trains terrorists on how to attack the United States. What would you do? And he's like, I take care of that problem. You don't want to expand on that? You don't have anything else to say on that? And then it like the video cuts to when he's president and he's making the press conference. He's like, tonight we killed the Iranian rogue general Soleimani. He
died like a dog.
Well, this is the guy that they hit with that Predator missile that has no explosives in it. It's just got blades. It's just got giant swords that come out of each side. And so they shot it. It's so fucking cool. They'll they slice and dice the person.
Just
and
one
no
guy,
collateral damage.
like fucking Lockheed Martin. They're like, what? What's the purpose?
Dude, I
of
was
this?
watching
It's
Blade-
gonna get used. It's gonna get used. Just another couple million. I'll figure out the blades. They're not sharp enough. They're plenty sharp. It's not working.
Seriously?
I'm telling you.
Why ninja stars, dude?
It's fucking cool, man. I watched Blade last night. You're gonna love this. Watch this.
Has it got all your favorite television characters painted
Zach,
on it? Like you're just
Can you show us that
This is
missile?
really a pet project.
I think it's like
What's it
it's a
called?
Hellfire missile or something like that. That's got just search sword missile or bladed missile or bladed assassination missile.
Dude, if I'm
That's how
going
we
for a
use it.
high stakes assassination, I am not putting my eggs in the blade bomb basket. I'm going traditional
I don't think it's failed
bomb.
yet.
Well, okay, 1 for 1 maybe. Or have we cut anybody else up? Good.
Yeah, there was another like ISIS guy or something that was on his balcony. I think we sliced and diced him too. Look at this shit.
Okay, are the blades even
I can't tell
necessary?
what's cool about
If you take the blades off
Well,
that thing and
we need
hammer
a
it
different
into
picture.
someone's
Find
torso-
one that shows like an image of it, not an an
I
animated.
pictured it opening in midair and all the ninja stars spreading out
No.
across the ground.
No, it's more like a hunter's arrow that has blades that stick out
Oh.
all around a central like point.
How big is this?
I don't know. I don't know how long the blades are or anything.
I was picturing it being like the size
4 or
of a
5.
whole person.
Yeah, it
I
is.
pictured it
think.
way longer, like 30 feet long.
Oh, you mean
No.
you don't have to even put a payload on a 30-foot
I wish
long
we could
missile
find it
and
like
ram that into
with the-
somebody. They're dead.
maybe the aftermath.
There we
You
go.
can find the aftermath. That's because that'll show like hopefully
Wait,
it won't be
That
like
might be a
bloody.
little gory. I don't know.
Oh yeah, fine. Make
Use
sure
your
it's not
judgment.
gory. Use your judgment. Don't show me like Soleimani's brains or anything or whatever that guy's name
Mhm.
was.
Sotomayor.
Yeah. So
That's
I'm
different
just fucking with you.
yeah, and this guy's standing behind it. He's trying to make it look cool and bigger. I bet it's not. I bet it's a standard
forced
7
perspective.
foot.
Are you shit talking our cool ass ninja missile that cuts people into little pieces, Taylor?
No.
Look at that! Look at that American hero over there
Oh.
somewhere, getting
I mean,
ready to.
It is pretty cool. That's hard. I bet Russia doesn't have one of these.
Oh, you know they don't have one of those.
No. China's looking at it all jealous. They're going to steal it and make a shitty one.
They hate it when we take like I remember a story about Xi Jinping being mad about Kung Fu Panda. Like what the fuck? We
What?
missed this?
I thought that movie was enormous in China.
That's the point. It's an American-made movie about a Kung Fu Panda, 2 very Chinese attributes. It'd be like if you made it'd be like if there's a Chinese movie called Baseball Cowboy, and it made and it made $2 billion, and it was just a bunch of guys.
Oh, my
I'm a
name-
baseball
I'm-
cowboy.
Oh, I'm Johnny Basebar.
We'd be like, what the fuck? What did we do? Like but we made Kung Fu Panda and Jack Black
That's the funny cowboy.
made us all fall in love with 2 of their most significant cultural iconic things.
Dude, I would love if China made a movie called Baseball Cowboy and it killed here. They like have a tenuous grasp of the rules of the game. Like, I'm here on a dinger.
I'm
I'd
Chung Lee and I hit dingers.
I'm hungry and I hit like that fat that
Big Al
chunky
reference,
Italian
yeah.
kid. Yeah, Big Al. I'm Big Al and I hit dingers. He's been almost Biden-esque there, but yeah, I think we need, if anything, more cool bladed bombs.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Proof's
I
in the
like it.
pudding. I think you sold me on this, Kyle.
I like all that stuff that uses depleted uranium and tungsten carbide. Like all that armor penetrating shit is so
Yeah,
scary.
let's use that far away.
We use it in Ukraine. We scatter the fields with it. A lot of complaints from some people, quote unquote, about them getting cancer, quote unquote. Who's to
Oh.
say they're not also faking these cancer concerns like
Bunch of fucking
Boogie,
over there.
bunch of boogies over there that don't like the depleted uranium rounds
we have
being.
a breadbasket of Europe here in Ukraine. You are irradiating soil. Get over it.
Maybe I like bad guys sometimes, but I can't get over him faking cancer for 2 years.
Yeah, I think no, I don't hate him for it. I just think it's wild. You know,
You know, the
It's
biggest clue is that he didn't lose weight.
Yeah, right. He got a little puffy. Maybe it's from
I've
the
got-
chemo.
You know what they say? Starve a cold, feed cancer.
No, I have to take my medicine with an entire cake. And that's what the doctor said. Every day. I have to take medicine 4 times a day. Yeah, it's so
we haven't had him.
Those are Ike and Mike's. Those aren't pills. That IV's full of Kool-Aid, you son of a bitch.
He's got an IV.
yeah, that is wild. He faked cancer for 2 full years. I mean, man, that's
you know what I would love to have the top 10. Like if he came back, I would have the top 10 things I got from faking cancer. The first thing, parking whenever I want. This handicap placard, completely fake. All right, like everywhere. I wish you'd go through the top 10 benefits of faking cancer and why it's really chill.
That I'd throw that video a like. I help out his ratio. I'd be like, all right.
In contract negotiations, I just hold my chest and make a pained face, and then it just goes my way. Yeah. Everyone,
but given my build, I have to clarify this is cancer. Like that's what this is happening right now. My chest my vague chest cancer. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he actually has it though.
So this young, skinny, hot girlfriend of mine, she thinks she has an inheritance coming her way.
Yeah, what's her? I wonder what her deal is. You know, look, not get you know if that's what she's into. But my only concern is that one photo. She looked scared and sleep deprived.
Which photo?
The photo of them together that Zach showed earlier.
Oh, I guess I wasn't looking at her.
Yeah, roll that back up, Zach. Why not? I mean, I just felt like she looked.
It is an odd relationship to view. It's like what's going on here? She
looked a little sleepy and she looked like a little out of sorts. And you know, it's an interesting statistic that there are almost no homeless women.
Boogie's looking his best in this shot.
Yeah, is this AI? What the fuck's happening here?
What is his hair actively falling out of his face? Like, look at his shirt.
Could just have a lot of cats.
A lot of cats, huh?
There's something AI about this almost.
I feel like
the skin texture. I don't know what, but it's mostly like the Boogie's hair I'm looking at.
Okay, I don't like this.
I don't like it either. Let's never. Zach, don't you ever.
I don't know if they do that.
How dare you, Zach?
Why would you do that?
He's gonna put it right back.
Don't bring it up.
That's a thumbnail. That's a thumbnail.
Putting Boogie on there. Well, I mean, it's big news, and
I said I was a cancer. My horoscope. You guys just took that ball and ran with it. And I was afraid of backlash.
What if he gets $80,000 for proving his horoscope is cancer?
That would be funny. It's like, oh, this motherfucker, he's a fucking Pisces. He lied about this too.
Zach, will you find out what his sign is? Because I'm sure it's available information on Wiki, like what his birthday
is. If it is cancer.
Taylor and I are Tauruses.
Are we both Tauruses?
We're both Tauruses.
She was 3 years old when he started YouTube.
Nice. Ooh, don't like that one.
Don't like that.
Well, hang on. How long? When did he start? Was it?
Wait, 2006?
Was it 1992 when he started?
No, 2006.
Oh, shit. Because if it'd been 92, this wouldn't be awful, would it?
It wouldn't be nearly as ghoulish.
It'd be about right.
How long have they been dating?
Hopefully, briefly.
Plenty of time. We don't need to look into the Boogie's relationship here, which is clearly about love and not a fraudulent nonsense like his cancer.
I'm sure his girlfriend is a very sweet lady. No insults, nothing negative.
No shade her way.
None at all.
No shade her way. Maybe I wonder if she knew that he didn't have cancer. You know what I mean? Like I bet he lied to her too. You'd want to keep everybody in the dark, I guess. If you're running that big of a.
I imagine she'd be pretty pissed. Anyone in a relationship would be livid if you found out after 2 years they're like, that cancer thing.
Could you make me a sandwich? My cancer's flaring up real bad.
Oh, they said you have to suck my cancer out through my dick.
She was 20 when they announced that they were together. Okay.
So basically he's just kind of a fat Leo.
Ooh, yeah, he's a Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, a Leonardo DiGiorno.
He's literally that meme of the handsome guy leaning into the cubicle versus the chubsy guy leaning into the cubicle and the completely different reaction. It's
Leonardo DiCaprio does it. Everyone's like, Leo, keep on keeping on, champ. Enjoy the yacht. Boogie does it. HR, please.
I wish he hadn't faked cancer. That's so lame, man.
That is really, really lame.
Because it's hard for me to like wrap my head around faking cancer, I guess, because it seems like a shitty thing to do. If anything, like my brain would like talk me to a place where I was like, wait a minute. If there is some sort of charity or goodwill out there for someone who has cancer, how dare I take it when it's not mine to take? Like someone might need that goodwill or charity to lift them up. And
you had cancer.
Well, yeah, but I had bullshit cancer that we solved with a painful surgery. Like he said he had like blood cancer. Like I don't know much about blood cancer, but it don't sound good.
Sounds like it's everywhere.
Yeah, sounds like you're all. I'm full blood, Woody. Like that's what I'm made of for the most part. It seems like every time I get poked, that's what comes out.
Yeah, it seems to be what's behind everything.
It checks out.
Jesus Christ, there's so much of it in me. Like if that were to go bad, that doesn't sound good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but thankfully for his health, it seems to have been a big old fib. So his blood, although sweet, is fine.
It's like a ragu sauce. It's too many red blood cells and way too sweet.
It's a ragu sauce. You'd be 3 bites into the pancakes, covered in them, before you were like, "This is a little metallic, isn't it?" You wouldn't know right away.
That sausage is kind of irony. Is that liver? Oh well.
Man, if he proves he has cancer, a
Oh,
lot of people are going to look horrible.
We'll have a 10-minute video we upload called "We're Sorry."
We're sorry,
dude. We'd be so.
It's like the fucking South
I
Park.
really would be sorry. I want to give it, but it seems like everybody's pretty zeroed in that this was nonsense.
Yeah, it does seem that way. He could.
That's what you're gonna do.
He could just prove it and make.
He's a bad guy on YouTube, right?
He is. He's a heel now.
This isn't even gonna hurt his career. You can't kill the Hulk with radiation. Now they know Boogie's not Mr. Rogers. That's been known for a decade.
No, you can't. Can you? Yeah, I don't think you kill the Hulk with anything, though.
Yeah, you can. You just cut his head off while he's not Hulk.
He regrows. It doesn't work. He's like there's a whole comic book story where he's like the last thing alive. Like the whole Earth has died, and he's the last thing. And he's tried to kill himself before. Like Bruce Banner would shoot himself in the head, and the Hulk would spit out the bullet. Like he can't. He's been like fried down to nothing, and he just regenerates. Like he can't kill himself. He can't die.
So if he cuts his head off, are there 2 Hulks?
I don't know which end it grows from, but I'm sure a comic has let us know which end if the head. He probably just pops the head back on, or he grows the new body to the head, or maybe a new head to the body. I don't know which, but one of those happens.
Well, then you learn something new every day about the superhero world.
Yeah, I know you're very invested in it. You hate it. So. You hate it the way like a 65-year-old Christian mother hates like Dungeons and Dragons. You're like so opposed to it. You're like, superheroes, eh? Yeah, I know all about them.
I know all about the superheroes. It's a bunch of gay nonsense. Don't need it. Yeah, it's more just that if it wasn't around every corner for the past decade and a half, 2 decades at this point, it wouldn't be that. And also, I don't. It's just not for me. It's just not. It's not the genre I'm interested in.
I think that Woody and I are just as like done with it as you are. It's just that we appreciate the little gems that they make maybe once a year, like the Guardians of the Galaxies, or I really thought the second Suicide Squad movie, the one that had John Cena in it, and Idris Elba, was tremendous. Like that was a really good movie, and I like the TV show. Yeah, his TV show. What's it called?
Peacemaker.
Peacemaker. Very good. Season 2's coming. Finally, it's been like 3 or 4 years or something, but finally they're making season 2. That shit's funny. Like that's genuinely good comedy, and it doesn't. It's. I mean, there's superhero shit going on, but he's like the Donald Trump of superheroes. Like there's a scene where he like gets out of prison and goes back to his trailer, and he's just penniless and friendless, and he's laying in bed sobbing. Like suddenly the mask of douchebaggery drops, and he just sobs into his hands like a child. And then his like stupid sidekick catches him. Are you crying? He's like, no, I'm doing special face exercises, so my fucking face is nice and jacked like this, not some pussy femboy look like you've got. Maybe if you did and it, like later on, the psychic's like, hey, would you teach me those super cool facial exercises you were doing earlier? And he's like, yeah, man.
Yeah, you're gonna want to openly weep 3x5, 5 days a week.
When we first get introduced to the Peacemaker character, I didn't know him through the movies and such. He's a little bit hurt, so they give him an X-ray, and he's looking at the X-ray, and he's like, can you take a new X-ray? It looks like I just focus on my major muscle groups, and I really work the supporting muscle groups too.
You turn up the contrast or something like. Yeah, he's that's a good show. I look forward to more of that. And I think The Boys has gotten worse every season. And it's to the point now where if this is how the first season was, I'd be like, it's another one of those shows.
I think that Jensen Ackles, is that his name? His character, Soldier Boy, made that season pretty good too.
It was on his back. It was on his back, and I agree with you. He's really good. I enjoyed him. I enjoyed his character. He was a new fucking thing, and I kind of like the fish out of water, man out of time aspect of it, of him being weirded out by race relations and gays and everything. And yet
his superpower was like de-supering the other people. He'd unsoup guys. And it's like, oh, shucks, he might make some real noise around here if he can take away people's superpowers.
I'm sure they bring him back either at the end of this or, maybe next season.
Aren't they bringing back the other supernatural guy and they're going to be on together?
I thought so, because they already had, and Negan, he's also in Supernatural. He's their father in the show. So all three of them would be, have sort of been in the show. I don't know. That one's letting me down lately. I don't think much of The Boys. I'm going to keep watching it, and I'm not yet hate watching it the way I was hate watching From toward the end, where I was genuinely watching it going, fuck you, that's stupid. Oh, a new plot twist. Oh, now there's great. Fuck. I can still watch The Boys and just kind of snort every now and then when, I don't know, they do something that's just not my cup of tea, I guess. Like I don't know. I can take it. I think when they killed off Martin Freeman's character or whatever his name is, Stewie's dad. Like a plot line that, why did we even have this whole thread? Why was any of this it just happened? It doesn't really advance the story at all. It's just another trauma for Stewie, I suppose. And what the introduction is just Huey. A way of, is it Huey? I'm saying Stewie. Yeah. Stupid fucking name.
Yeah. Oh, and you might have, his father was supposed to be cast in that role. If you look at the cartoon, it looks exactly like the character that plays his father. And it was like this, it just took so long to make The Boys that the guy aged out of the role.
Yeah, what's that guy's name? It's Simon Pegg.
I'm glad you knew.
Simon Pegg.
Shaun of the Dead.
We waited on you to go back to superhero talk. We wouldn't
miss it. We were talking hockey while you were gone.
Oh, thank you.
Let's go.
Tell me all about the Wasp.
Oh, I hate the Wasp. So the Wasp, it's a hot character, but she's like the Ant-Man's like sidekick.
Formerly hot.
Yeah. Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yeah, it's a terrible movie. I watched it on an airplane one time.
What was the biggest twist? Wherever you were like, what was the time watching the Marvel Cinematic Universe the most where you're like, oh my God, are these superheroes gonna pull it out over the bad guy?
I mean, they lost in the second to last movie. They lost the first Avengers movie. They lost.
Everybody last movie, like half the characters died or got like ruined.
Yeah.
Like Iron Man dies.
Burnt alive.
Steve.
Good.
Captain America turns like 100 years old.
Yeah.
Who else? Scarlet Witch.
No. Scarlet Johansson, who plays Black Widow.
Black Widow. Thank you. That's what I'm going for. Black Widow dies.
Scarlet Witch's brother died. Yeah, a lot of people fucking died.
People as important as Scarlet Witch's brother?
Quicksilver.
It was Christopher Witch. He was a
I don't
CPA.
think you're right, but you are funny.
First of all,
That's
he
really
was a
what matters.
speedster. He would have been very helpful in the fight against Thanos. Okay,
Yeah.
so Taylor. So is what you know. Okay, you'd have been gone in the snap. You wouldn't even. You'd have just woke up and been all lazy. Like, what's the problem? It fell apart. I don't watch
appreciate the
superhero movies. I
recall,
don't care
too.
about that stuff.
He doesn't know who died, but we did briefly mention it was Scarlet Witch's brother.
Witch's brother. A whole bunch of the
Vision died. Vision died. Yes,
Vision
Vision
died.
was the
That's
main
true.
character.
He was important.
Now what's Vision up to? What's his power?
He's not up
Well,
to
he's
anything.
dead now.
Dead.
He's dead.
He had a one of the Infinity Stones in his forehead, and he was very powerful.
Oh, I've seen the gif of him where Thanos is like, "You are my bitch," and steals it. I like
Sounds
that.
about right.
Yeah, seems like Thanos is on to
That's how he
something
died.
other than I've just gone over this up and down, side to side. Thanos could have just doubled the amount of planets, and
He was unnecessarily cruel. That's
could
true.
have done anything.
We're not doing this again.
Yeah.
We have
No.
pull the plug on this now.
No, this is
Anyway-
my version of the Eagles flying
Anyway.
to Mordor.
So would you
I'm
rather
just saying
have?
you're bigoted against the superhero genre. It's not. It's not a
100%.
genre,
I am a superhero racist.
and that means you miss out on a few hidden gems that the rest of us get to enjoy, and it's upsetting because you get left behind in our pop culture conversations. The same way you haven't seen Terminator fucking 2.
I will get to it.
Oh God, I watched the director's commentary the other day without the video on. Like I can't. I love it so much. I love
On
it
the
so
top
much.
of
You won't
Taylor's
watch.
priority list.
Yes.
He finishes something.
Right.
He'll get
Fucking dentist, haircut, Terminator 2.
Terminator 2 is good. You saw Terminator 1.
No, I watched the first 10 minutes of it, and then I got tired that night, and I went to bed, and I didn't pick it back up. This was almost 2 years ago.
You're not even a good person.
Clearly not.
Wild man. That's
Yeah.
wild.
We had that idea for a movie podcast where every week you watch a movie, and every week I don't get around to it.
Yeah, I come in really up. I'm like, Taylor, did you see Longlegs? It was crazy. I'm sure you saw it. That was the movie we picked this week. What did you think of Nicolas Cage's performance? You're like, man, some stuff came up. What was it
Not
about?
even.
Tell
He
me.
should fake
No,
it. He should fake
yes.
it.
I'd have to
You know
lie
why?
about it until you catch me.
lie.
And I'm like, dude, I don't know. I don't even think spiders are that big a deal. And you're like, Longlegs isn't about spiders, Taylor. And I'm like, that's up to interpretation, really.
Oh, you're
It's a
saying the
metaphor.
subtext.
The subtext. Yeah.
Yeah, that is there. The webs, okay, and the way people are interconnected. Taylor, you really saw a lot in this film that just got
A
past
huge
me.
amount. That scene where Nicolas Cage looked confused and he went, "Oh, what? What are we doing here?" Like, remember? Do you remember that part? And then
I do recall that part. Yes, that was key. That was integral.
yeah.
I kind of like this idea where I watch the movie intently and come in passionately, and you pretend like you have. Actually, it would almost be funnier if the audience didn't know which of us had actually seen the movie.
But it's always you. All right, this week's vote is who saw the movie. I win every week.
I would just be so angry. This sounds like a lot of work for me and none for you.
Yeah, I just sit on the call for an hour and I'm like, that sounds fucking gay.
You got to see Terminator 2. It's very good. Very good. It's Arnold's best movie, maybe. It might be Arnold's best movie.
What was the one where he ran around the
Kindergarten
city
Cop.
trying to? That's also excellent.
Kindergarten Cop.
What was? Yeah, Kindergarten Cop is great. I remember I saw it as a kid. I
That
thought it was very
abusive
funny.
dad. What?
Well, it's
Come
not
on.
his best movie. He roughs up an old man in a parking lot and then he jacks around and teaches kids coloring and shit for 2 hours.
What's the one where he's running around trying to be like, oh, where can I find the Mega Man action figure for my son?
Oh, yeah, that's Jingle All the Way.
I liked that as a kid.
That's
Wait.
garbage.
Okay, well, I was like 9.
That's
What's the one where he they sort of break the fourth wall about him being an action
Last Action Hero.
Yeah, that one was pretty fun.
It was the downfall of his career.
Really?
Yes.
He said a downfall. He's still big. Well, I mean, he would be if he wasn't.
I don't think this is the sort of thing that you follow. like he had that was the downfall of his career. It was all downhill from there. It never that his peak was just before that, that was his first bomb of a bomb. And everything was like a step down after that. After that, you get movies like Eraser, movies like The Sixth Day, these lower budget, crappier, not poorly written, nothing but callbacks to the good part of his career. Lots of I'll be backs and like, lots of callbacks to like characters that have nothing to do with what he's doing in those movies. And it's been downhill ever since. Every now and then, obviously, he comes back and does another Terminator or whatever. But he's made some little movies like Maggie, and he's done some like smaller pictures. But his career never recovered from Last Action Hero.
Is that why he had to be a governor?
I was trying to prove Kyle wrong by looking up The Last Action Hero because I think I have a fond memory for it because I was just like the perfect demo for that. It's like probably a 13-year-old boy or something when it dropped. And I'm like, accolades. Oh, this film was nominated for 6 Golden Raspberry Awards.
Yeah.
Worst picture, worst actor, worst director, worst screenplay, worst new star, and worst original song. All right.
Wow, it swept the Raz.
It didn't even win any raspberries, which somehow feels worse.
Wait, it didn't even win. It was just nominated.
Right.
Yeah, True Lies.
I got to take my L.
True Lies was a few years before that, I think. Like, if I'm just guessing, but like maybe around 92. I think Last Action Hero was like 94, maybe 95, somewhere in there. But True Lies is very good. That's his like top tier. James Cameron made the movie. You've got Jamie Lee Curtis just being a badass, being funny, being sexy, and Tom Arnold being actually good comedic relief, and a fun story where at the end, Arnold commandeers a Harrier jet, flies it to the city, and then beats up a terrorist on the wing. Then the terrorist ends up falling and getting like his belt loop stuck around one of the missiles. So Arnold says, "You're fired." And he launches him just into a skyscraper in the city.
To an innocent building of people?
It looked like maybe it was under construction or something like that. But no. Here's what he did. I remember it perfectly now. God, this is great. He launches it. It goes through the skyscraper that's under construction, and it hits all the other terrorists who are in a helicopter on the other side. They see their boss flying at them, tied to a missile, and they're all like, "Ah!" And then they all explode together. I remember now.
Strong belt.
That's a good fucking movie. True Lies. There's a part.
Movie.
Jamie Lee Curtis is trying to help him because she's only now found out her husband is like James Bond, essentially, with a looking bench 350. And she's drops the machine gun. She's coming to help him fight all these guys, and she drops the machine gun, and it's just falling down the stairs, going off on its own, but it's killing all the bad guys. So it's a fun little movie. It's good.
Yeah, that's on the list. Yeah.
That rubs me raw.
It kills me that Taylor won't watch these good movies, but he liked Mandy.
Mandy was a good movie.
Tremendous.
Yeah.
By the way, this Longlegs movie is a horror film that's in theaters right now, and I haven't watched the trailer. I feel like it's going to spoil too much, but I think it's a monster movie, and they have Nicolas Cage somehow playing the monster in like a costume and a lot of makeup or something, and supposedly it's very scary. I'm really looking forward to watching it when it's available.
Once again, my dumbass Googled Mandy in an effort to prove Kyle wrong. Rotten Tomatoes is like 93%. Metacritic is like 80-something%. The world agrees with you guys.
Yeah, I liked Mandy. It was good.
I think you got to be in the right. It's like your drugs. You got to be.
I was pretty
setting
high.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was thinking with True Lies too. I was like, I wonder if this movie's as good as Kyle remembers it, or if Kyle was just the perfect demo when he saw it.
Oh, it could be a little bit of both. I also have just a ton of nostalgia and like guilty pleasure kind of thing for Arnold, where I know he's not a good actor. He's sort of doing his shtick though, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate like his physicality in those roles, and I like the little gags. There's one at the very beginning of Commando. He's out cutting a tree down for no good reason. I think he's going to chop it into firewood. But he cuts down a mammoth tree with a chainsaw, and then he carries it on his shoulder back to his house. And it looks like it weighs, obviously it's a fake tree, but it would weigh 1,000 pounds, and he's got it nonchalantly on one shoulder. This tree is so big; it's like the kind of tree that you can barely hug around, and he's like got it on his shoulder, walking around with it. And like it's one of those movies where there's a part where the guy's like, "What? You could smell them? I did." Like he smelled the bad guys coming and ducked, so the machine gun fire didn't hit him. That's a ridiculous movie. That's like the best schlocky action thing he's ever done, because the premise is they kidnap his daughter and they want him to go assassinate the president of Venezuela or something. And he's like, fuck you. And he just starts killing all of them. And they're on an island full of terrorists. So he just invades. And first he goes to like a gun and ammo store and robs them blind. And then it's that gif you've seen of Arnold putting the knife in the sheath, clipping the grenades on, putting the fucking black face paint on. That's Commando. He's about to go kill like 200 people.
Is it completely impossible that he carried this log? Or maybe that the log
completely impossible. It's fake log.
I need to see how big the log is. I'm watching it now. It's still a close up of his face.
Okay.
He has big arms. Oh, yeah, no way.
Okay.
Yeah, I know for a fact.
Wood is so fucking heavy.
Yeah, especially like freshly sawn down, full of water and sapwood, not dried out. No, I love Arnold. I like those movies. To me, the other action stars of the 80s pale in comparison. You've got Stallone there, but I feel like the movies that Stallone made that were in the same style as Arnold's weren't nearly as good. Like there was Rambo, and then I think everything else was like second fiddle. I did like the Rambo movies.
Rocky.
Rocky's like a sports movie. He's not like a tough guy. Like I think of the machine gun. He needs a machine gun, or you're not in the genre. If you ask me, you know, like he needs you need a machine gun, or you're not in the genre.
I don't know. You're forgetting a lot of scenes from Rocky that he's really tough.
If you've seen, have you seen this movie, Taylor? It's Rambo 2008. It's the Rambo.
No, I haven't.
Fuck you.
You believe it? I didn't know that. I didn't fall for it.
Dude.
No, ask me again.
Rambo 2008 is so fucking good. I watched it this week. This is obviously it was made in the year 2008. It's not part of the title. It's just how I'm distinguishing it, because the name of the movie is Rambo. And it's old Rambo living like on the border of Myanmar, and he's like a cobra wrangler. He's just stayed over in Vietnam since the last movie, and he's gotten old, and he drives like a riverboat. And these people missionaries hire him to take them into Myanmar where there's a war, and the bad guy is a warlord with like an army, and he's a pedophile. He's like having sex. He's like a boy's fucking warlord pedophile, like Asian man. And Rambo and this team of like commandos that the church hires to go get their people back out after they get kidnapped by the warlord eventually go in and like fight this Cambodian army of rapists. It's a lot of rape.
Our whole army of Cambodia.
They have like women and children in cages. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, and Rambo. There's a part where Rambo cuts a man's head off with his machete, and then assumes that guy's position on a mounted 50 caliber machine gun, and it's behind the enemy line.
G-Ping, yesterday you were 5'2" Cambodian, and today you're 6'5" Austrian.
He does it quickly. He like chops the head, and then he jumps on the gun and like click click, and he pans it down and shoots the driver, and the driver turns to jelly. And then he starts raking it across all the whole army. And every time he hits one of them, it's really exaggerated. So they just get blown in half, or their heads just completely explode. It's a good time. It's a fun movie.
It sounds fun.
You could go watch some Age of Empires tutorials or something like that from like 2012, though. That'd probably be more educational and shit.
No, you wouldn't want to watch 2012. You'd want to watch
old meta, huh?
Yeah.
You don't watch the classics anymore just for the
those builds
the love of the game.
No, you'll never know what hit them, Taylor. You could break out the old school rules. Be like some boomer in a movie.
No, doing that would be like, yeah, I'm gonna watch Steve Willoughby swing his bat in 1907, and I'm gonna mimic that in the major leagues. Like you'd get smoked.
Willoughby had great mechanics. You're a
God, what was that movie where the only warship working needed to be manned by this geriatric Pacific or something?
Oh, that's a movie called Battleship.
Battleship, yeah. See, Taylor, you can pull a battleship on them, and they won't be expecting your 1947 Age of Empire tactics.
I'll try it. I'll get rolled. Probably. I think action adventure might be my overall least favorite genre of movie. Like
I don't have any time for it anymore. Like I know what's going to happen, so I just
it's a little too straightforward. Like I like psychological thrillers. Any like horror's good, but like a good thriller, and it seems like that's the rarest kind of movie to be done really well. Like Silence of the Lambs, something like that. That's just fucking excellent. There aren't. I
really appreciate like good sci-fi. Like if they can build a world that's different somehow, and even if they're doing like this small little mission and it's contained in this room or on this ship that's going to a place, I really dig that. But yeah, psychological stuff and horror. Anytime there's an actually good horror movie, it's like today's a good day.
Saw one.
Yeah, sure. Or the Conjuring, I think is tremendous. It's probably my favorite horror movie. I mean, I really like The Exorcist, but that's a 50-something-year-old movie or some shit.
Yeah, Conjuring.
My son just watched all the Saws. Now, not every night, 6 nights a week, he watches a movie.
Jeez.
And he comes down and says, "Dad, I watched a movie." And I say, verbatim, "You watched a movie? How cool. What movie did you watch?" He gives me the title. And then I say, what year did that come out? And he tells me what year. I might ask a question about the genre or something, and then I guess how long it is. The thing is, he's like, "What movie did you watch?" "Saw." "What movie did you watch?" "Saw 2. What did you watch?" "Saw 3. Now I'm catching on to the pattern. Yeah. So I'll like look up in advance how long Saw 4 is. I mean, like, is that 1 hour, 33 minutes? That's right. Like, who knew?
Oh, it's out in the dark here, 89 minutes.
I really like that.
Good at this.
I thought that Barbarian movie was tremendous. I like something that's got a twist.
Yeah, that was good.
The problem with Shyamalan movies is it's a Shyamalan movie. It's like he shouldn't use his name in the promotion for films. Like if you're going to be this guy I'm thinking of something like The Village, where you went in like, what's the twist? And instead of sitting back that's a hated
The Village
movie.
Is a terrible movie.
Everybody seems to hate it, but if you look at the cast, it's so good.
Day Common Con got like, this is the next Night Shyamalan.
Yeah. Well, see, in that he made one great movie and then petered off.
One?
Well, you had that with Steven.
Signs and Dead. I See Dead People Help Me. The real title.
Sixth Sense.
Oh yeah,
Sixth Sense.
Okay, those are both good. Sixth Sense was much better than Signs. I think.
I would
People
rather
say
watch
that.
Signs.
I like them both, but
I would rather watch Signs than Sixth Sense if I was going to watch one, though, because I did that last week and I watched Signs maybe 2 weeks ago now. I watched all of his movies. I watched Lady in the Water. I watched The Village. I watched all of that shit. I saw Old, and I saw fucking The Happening. The Happening was when I got let down. That was the one, because I was
had really cool trailers. I remember.
I don't really remember the order, but if I had seen Lady in the Water, I like Paul Giamatti's, and it was a kind of a little fairy tale in an apartment building, and it was like, this is neat. This is a fun little fun movie. And then what was the other one he did? But when The Happening came out with Mark Wahlberg, and that, it was just garbage. It's a genuinely trash movie. There's no redeeming qualities from that movie. It's almost never scary until the very end, and it's not scary at the end because of The Happening, which is, spoiler for the worst Shyamalan movie ever. The trees are releasing pollen or pheromones that trigger something in human brains that send us into this suicidal rage pattern. And everybody just starts killing themselves out of nowhere in the most absurd, non-effective, sometimes comical or juxtapositional ways. You know, like people laying down in front of lawnmowers, and the zookeeper just happened to have a lion handy, so he's just feeding the lion his arm. And that's what the promotional material was. It was these people were going about their day, maybe at an outdoor cafe or something, just, ooh, Brian got into 3rd grade honors, and then suddenly a body falls. And they're like, oh my God, someone jumped. And then another one, and then another. And because like tons of people are suiciding off the building. And it's like, whoa, what the fuck? And then they show like some quick clips of the lawnmower mowing the guy or the lion eating the person. You're like, what the fuck is this movie? It's trees. It's trees making people silly. But don't worry, it'll stop at the end when Mark Wahlberg's done.
Yeah.
And Marky Mark's a terrible actor. Like, he's a terrible actor.
Did you see him in his recent Netflix show? I forget what it was called. He played like an assassin whose family didn't know he was an assassin.
No.
Oh,
I
I watched it with
him
Jackie. It was fun, but not good.
What, isn't he in The Other Guys with Will Ferrell?
Yeah,
that was a super funny movie.
He's in Ted too. Like he can do that. That's his best character because I think that character is closer to like who he is, just sort of a douchebaggy, funny kind of ish guy. Like I think he's good in Ted. I liked him in Ted a lot, and I liked him in The Other Guys. I really like The Other Guys. I think it's funny.
Yeah, The Other Guys is super funny. Wait, that is the one where it starts where The Rock and Samuel L. Jackson are like, aim for the bushes. And then they
aim for the bushes. And they just hit the
we don't know what they were thinking. It was a 65-story building. Yeah, that was a super good movie. I remember getting some out loud laughs at that. Oh, yeah, where Will Ferrell's like shitty to his unbelievably hot wife.
Eva Mendes.
He's like, you come out here dressed like a plain Jane, and when I've got company over, and she's just a bombshell. And he's that's so funny.
Kenny Powers did that too. Kyle, you saw that movie or TV show? Yeah,
I saw all of it.
He's pounding down.
He wanted her to like, I don't know. They were like, we're going out. I want you to dress nice, and she's in this like glittery thing, and she looks like $1 million. And he's like, you're okay, but you dress like a whore.
But she was dressed like a whore. You're misremembering. She's dressed like white trash whore.
I saw it today, and that's my style.
I saw it today.
It is. I mean, well, Amazon
she looks like a disco ball that I want to fuck.
Yes. No,
I need to watch the rest of that show. I watched like the whole first season, and I thought it was very funny. And then I must have like not had HBO after the first season for a while because I never. That's probably 10 years ago now.
It peters off a little bit.
It's funny.
But I think that his pathetic sidekick, whatever that guy's name is,
the guy with the goofball who kind of talks funny,
he comes into his own. In season 2, it's either 2 or 3. Kenny flees to Mexico and starts pitching in a Mexican league and actually does okay. And but the other guy marries this morbidly obese Mexican woman, and their relationship is fucking hilarious. Oh, he also gets cornrows, which is pretty funny too. I think they both get cornrows, and they're fighting cops. That's like their side gig, and they get robbed by Mexican midget gangsters. Yeah, it's an interesting. It's a fun
to watch the rest of that series before Terminator or Terminator 2.
I was gonna send you the Blu-ray too. I've got it.
I watched that movie that you sent me. Not leaving Las Vegas.
LA Confidential.
LA Confidential. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yep.
And I liked that a lot. I still have it. It's one of the only Blu-rays I own.
It's tremendous.
What's your Blu-ray player?
I used my Xbox, like the Xbox One, the black one that's like vertical.
Series
X. I don't
X.
think they come with a disc player anymore.
Oh well. I think it did, because I don't know what else I would have played it on.
You might not have the most recent one, or I'm wrong, which could be.
I've got a PlayStation 5 and a Series X, so one of them definitely plays Blu-rays.
Yeah, I definitely don't. My Xbox.
I don't operate the discs. I've got someone for that.
You don't know how to operate the disc?
We train your dog.
Toby can.
Zach says you can get them with and without the disc, so maybe I don't have the disc. That's why I think that. Okay.
Yeah, I think those consoles have always been pretty good Blu-ray players back to when PlayStation destroyed when they stuck a damn Blu-ray player in that PlayStation 3. That was such a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Having PlayStation 2 be a DVD player was an awesome idea.
Xbox 360 was too, though. Wasn't that the same gen?
No.
Or was it 360 and PS3 the same gen?
Originally, Xbox 360 couldn't.
That'd be wild.
Yeah. Didn't it play that other one, like the HD DVD or something?
They would have played both, right? I remember HD DVD and like not knowing which was going to win and not buying.
Neither of them. Torrenting one again.
No, if you want the highest quality visuals, you'll still have a Blu-ray.
Do you think you'll like that Kevin Costner movie while we're talking about movies? You don't think I thought you might like because you.
So if you want a good movie reviewer, I think he's kind of on the same wavelength and he's fun too. It's Critical Drinker. He's also a bit political. He goes on Piers Morgan and stuff and talks about the woke Disney stuff. I think he described it as that it bounced around to quite a few characters, and it made it sound like it was a bit disjointed, and you weren't getting enough of what you wanted, and far too much of characters and situations you didn't care about. And I don't know. I'll watch it. I'll give it a try, I guess. But his if you go back to his Wyatt Earp movie, I don't know if you ever saw that. It came out the same year as Tombstone. He made
I saw it. It's been a while.
It's a little dry, you know, because Kevin Costner's a little dry. He doesn't have a sense of humor. Kevin Costner's never cracked a joke, not a real one. Like he might have been, if anything, his sort of like lack of a sense of humor is the joke, you know, like his sort of the fact that he often plays someone who's socially retarded, for lack of a better term, like someone who's been out too long. You know, if you think about Waterworld, or if you think about Postman, or even if you think about Open Range, it's this guy who's been out there too long. He's not used to being in town, and he's going to be sort of awkward and weird about it.
Patience for people in, is it Yellowstone, the TV show? Yeah.
I quit watching that like a couple years ago. I'm sure there's still some good Yellowstone to watch, but I don't know.
Make it to the end?
I didn't make it anywhere near the end. I'm probably missing. I didn't know it was ended. I'm missing quite a bit. I liked it for a while and I lost interest. It's
been a couple of years, and there's supposed to be one more season that wraps up the story, but they just can't seem to get that done.
Yeah, I heard. I know Kevin Costner's done, according to him. So
that's come and gone. It's currently gone, so you're right. But
yeah. But yeah, the Longlegs movie is the only thing on the horizon as far as movies that I'm like hyped for. I'm tempted to go to the movies and watch it. It looks really interesting. They have a fun marketing campaign, and you never know how much of it's fabricated or nonsense or whatever. But it starts, and it's like the first time that the actress who plays Michelle or whatever, doesn't matter, saw Nick Cage in his Daddy Longlegs like outfit or whatever. Her heart rate hit 170 beats per minute, and it's like, that's kind of cool if that's true at all. You know, I like that. That kind of tells me that it's shocking and fucking scary. Again, I've tried to avoid any sort of spoilers at all, but it looks like maybe he's a giant spider monster or some shit.
So you don't know anything about this show, Daddy Long?
No, I have no idea. It's a movie that's like out now, I believe. I'm looking, but it's what I want to see the most. I like Nicolas Cage when he's used correctly. I always say he's a good actor, but he's got to be applied correctly. He's not the guy you'd want to like play the president in your movie in like a historical drama or something. But if you need a loon or a wacky, goofy monster or someone who's supposed to be like out there, he's perfect. He's ready-made. He doesn't even have to act.
Are you sure it's called Daddy Longlegs?
Maybe Longlegs. Maybe just Longlegs.
It is Longlegs. Okay. You might like it. This is a non-spoiler. I can read it. Everything about Longlegs is designed to rattle you, unsettle you, and make you think about it for hours and days later. I'll stop there. But okay.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Taylor, is there any game that I can waft in front of your nose to lure you away from that Age of Empires RTS click to my eyes burn kind of
Perhaps
game?
An older game, Tetris.
Even older game. No, I'm getting into the ball in a cup game from.
I'm gonna show up with
Mexico.
A barrel rig and a stick.
Yeah,
push that shit down the street.
La 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 la.
Yeah, we
like
could
kick the rock in front of us.
Kick the can. Some of those old games. Yeah, no, I'm still having too much fun with it.
God damn it!
It's just like RTSs are so deep.
What about
There's
this?
always more to learn. Like it's not that I wouldn't.
There's
play
Warhammer. There's new Warhammer
Taylor,
stuff.
There's ELOS rankings in this game. Are you average yet?
I'm above average. I'm like I don't know what the percentage is. Like probably top.
Do you want to throw a challenge
25%?
down right here to any players in the audience who think they have what it takes to take the Taylor challenge?
No, a couple of them
The
definitely
Taylor
will.
Cancer Memorial Challenge.
What are the odds that 1 in 4 players will find someone?
I'm hosting a benefit for Boogie2988, and I'm gonna play people in AOE. Yeah, no, I'm definitely significantly better than average now, but like long way to go if I want to actually feel like really good, because there's just so much, like there's 50 civs in the game.
When you get really good, what do you think you'll be able to? Do you think you'll be able to go pro in the league? I know those guys. God, they get banked.
No, I don't think I'll be able to go pro. I think.
Well, you got to consider a lot of the pros are getting older now. So
no, it's funny. A lot of the pros are younger than the game.
I hate that you play that game.
It's so fun, dude. You'd enjoy it if you gave it a fair shake, like because you like in-depth games.
When I think about the most fun I've had gaming, it's times when like I'd have a full party playing like COD, or it's when I'd have a full party playing PUBG, like something like that. PUBG was tremendous.
Oh, I'm not playing this alone most of the time. Like the vast majority of the time, me and a bunch of my buddies are playing online together.
You're all making barracks and farming bushes.
We're all making barracks. We're all farming. We're making.
But you're not watching each other doing it. You're hyper focused on yours.
We're hyper focused, but it'll have to be something like if you and I are 2v2ing online, Kyle, then we got to play by the meta. If I'm playing a cavalry civ, you have to play an archer civ so that we can cooperate in the correct way to put pressure on one of our opponents, force a response from them and their ally, and hopefully
what
get
happens
the jump.
if you play a cavalry civ and I'm like elves or something? This
elves, if you're
you can't work together.
I don't know how the elves would fare. They'd probably actually. It seems like they'd be an archer civ, so it would probably work out okay.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like, yeah, every civ has like different tech trees, different access.
What are the
to
civs?
Things.
Are there any dragons?
No, it's all history based. So it's like
it's very dry.
So like the Mongols are one, the Britons, the Franks, the Ethiopians, the Persians, the Magyars.
Racist.
They make the most money from DLCs, and so they're like so deep into civs in Europe that they can go to. The most recent DLC had the Armenians and the Georgians in it, which is such a deep dive of like civs to have in there when you compare it to like Civ 5, because it's like they just have the big ones. Then they'll like splinter civs into multiple. Like the Indians used to be one, now they split that up into Hindustani and Gurjara. It's so fun, dude. You really enjoy it. I'm not gonna try and pressure you into it because I know you won't play, but it's unbelievably fun.
I just know
it's fun to cooperate. Like if like when me and you go in and we successfully harass and cause damage early game, slow them down because my cavalry is working with your archers or vice versa, and we're like microing the units correctly in concert. Like that's really satisfying. And it's also unbelievably frustrating when that's happening to you and you're like, Kyle, I'm getting attacked by 2 people, and you're like, I'll get units over at some point. And it's like,
I just don't want to do RTS. Like I could do Warhammer because it's that quick reset, but I feel like the long form games of Age of Empires, it's just a little bit too long.
Most of my 1v1s online are about 20 to 30 minutes real time.
Yeah, see, that's too long. See, like a Warhammer game is 5 to 10.
Yeah, there's just not enough to Warhammer.
Did you know there's a new Civilizations dropping in the trailer?
Yeah, but see, what I like about I'll have to see what the artwork looks like. I'm waiting until somebody does a big like gameplay video. I'll watch somebody Twitch stream it or something like that. But yeah, I didn't like the artwork for 6. I played a little bit. Maybe 20 or 30 hours or something. But I also didn't like the multiplayer, and that's what made me sort of addicted to Civ, was going back and playing multiplayer free-for-alls. I can only beat the AI so many times in so many different ways until I'm done. You know, I want to get all the different kinds of victories and maybe do that with multiple civs, because it's really fun if you can like get the Japanese, but you have all whales and pearls on your island. It's like, this is so cool. I'm gonna explode. But then I can only do that so many times. So if they don't have a good multiplayer mod community,
that's why Warhammer struggles. Like Warhammer, there's nobody playing online in Warhammer. Like
there are, though.
Does
you just don't want to. You've got to go into the Discord, into like not filthies, but Turin. If you got to go to like Turin's Discord, and there's like a whole community. It's actually on TV right now downstairs. Earlier when I walked, my YouTube had just rolled over to his live stream. He was talking about the new DLC, and I think they added all those custom maps that players had made into the multiplayer rotation. So now those are available to everybody.
It's such a cool looking game, but there's just like, as far as like wanting to play matchmaking, just hopping on and playing, there's no player base. Like Age of Empires 2 has a player. AoE 2 is in like the top 50, 60 like Steam games.
Yeah, everybody's
as
machine will
play.
play it.
Yeah,
There's
it's fun.
Big Romanian art audience, I'm sure.
You like the rock paper scissors of
Estonia.
You like the rock paper
Phil
scissors.
is playing the
combos.
oldest game because it's like someone's playing it on their fucking pregnancy test.
Yeah, it's so fun. I really enjoy it. I have a good time with it. It's that perfect, like, so frustrating when you lose, so satisfying when you win. Like, and when you like, it's the same way you play Warhammer.
GTA's the game. You're gonna play GTA with me?
Oh, is that multiplayer?
Dude, you don't. Are you out of your mind?
Call of Duty, does that have a multiplayer?
So I thought I was going to be the ignorant one about GTA multiplayer here. Because
I only played
goddamn
GTA 5, the campaign, like,
right,
then like fucked around and like tried to be a criminal and stuff.
We could GTA role play, like people go on there and do all kinds of crazy shit. You're
if I'm
all
a black
in the
character,
city.
can I say it?
They do like cops and robbers chases and stuff. Like there's all sorts of like bank robber stuff. There's lots of fun role play and like ways to multiplay in that game. And I'm speaking ignorantly, just having watched like a few videos here and there of people fucking around in there. But you got lots of people in the same server in the GTA world, like doing shit, but not so many that it's like a bustling street full of people. There's still tons of AI.
I knew you could do that in 5. I thought you were like referencing just now, like, oh, do you want to play GTA 6 together?
Well, you know how GTA 5 is that like they just keep pumping money and development into it. Like it's a whole different game than it was when it came out. Again, I don't play the game, but I didn't like the protagonist. But for GTA 6, I'm A-okay with both protagonists, of course, because I'm a straight man. I'm going to play the lady, the Mexican chick, and you're going to play the Sean Strickland looking guy, I'm sure.
It's probably like GTA 5, where based on the missions, you bounce around to different characters.
God damn it. Yeah, I'll be okay with that, I guess. I just didn't want to play that one fellow from GTA 5 for some reason. I don't know.
The black guy?
Was he?
I liked it. He was actually my second favorite of the characters. I liked the crazy meth head
Which one?
the most.
Yeah, that guy's probably voiced by I think I know who that actor is. I can't think of it. But anyway, GTA 6 is a $250 million game, probably $300 million of development. It's got a huge community, so whatever game modes or like ways to co-op and role play are going to be fully populated, and there's going to be a plugged-in community of intense fans, and it always improves and gets better. Like I think I'm going to be playing a lot of that. It looks fun. I might even I've got a wheel.
Try it out.
If people use the wheel on GTA,
I wonder if it'll be like so. The last GTA was a huge investment. It would take $250 million to make that game, and somehow it was a great investment. Usually you put that much into a game, you're going to lose money, but not them. Are they trying to strike lightning twice here?
I mean, not 4, 5, 6 times in a row, something like that. They did Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah, that's
like
I was going to say the other Grand Theft Autos were successful, but they weren't that big of a roll of the dice.
Rockstar is the premier single player like role playing game developer. Like they are it, in my opinion. Like Bethesda does. What does Bethesda even do? When's the last time they what year is it?
Yeah,
Joe Biden was alive when Skyrim was fun to play. That's his favorite video game too. Like they made that thing so fucking long ago.
2011 or something.
Meanwhile, Rockstar's made like 3 amazing games in the same amount of time, while they've been seemingly just adapting their shit to different forms of media and different devices for some reason. And then that Fallout 76 game was trash, and it still is if you ask me. It's got some replayability, but it pales in comparison to the real titles in that series, like 3, 4, and New Vegas.
Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2. I played a lot of that. By a lot, I mean like I didn't finish the game, but I played a lot of the game, and it was never as fun as GTA 5. Like as far as running around causing mischief.
I think
that's the most fun part of it.
I've never played it. I've only watched it. And it seemed to me that the people who really love it enjoy the role play, the cowboy role play, and all of the wacky things you could do. I've seen them like pistol whip a woman, tie her up, drag her behind a horse, and then feed her to an alligator. And it's
you can like beat up the suffragettes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can do kind of anything. That's neat to me. But the last GTA I played was Vice City, and I absolutely loved it. There's no telling how many hours of Vice City I played, from just playing through the story over and over to sitting in there until I had memorized all the cheat codes and just fighting the police for as long as I could to try to get 5 stars.
You're like still in a phase of not gaming right now because you can't find something fun you enjoy, right? Like you're
I haven't had any. I don't have anything on the horizon either. GTA 6. Dude, Tarkov looks fun. But I won't support their nonsense. I'm done with Tarkov.
You drop your morals.
Yeah, calm down. They were just boogieing around a little bit.
Dude, I'm still processing that he faked cancer to raise money and sell a crypto coin. That is right. That I Googled like the worst cancer fakers ever. It's like, this woman faked cancer to get breast implants. This woman faked cancer to fund her lavish wedding. This person faked cancer for this or that. And I'm like, Boogie is right there with the cancer fakers. Like he doesn't give up anything to them.
You got to put him on the
Charlie's mother faked cancer.
Yeah, that was a good
Need
episode.
money me, money please.
And then like Charlie is like mouthing it as the speechwriter. He's like, money me, like need money.
Broken fucking English.
Classic.
No, that to me is what's on the horizon as far as gaming, though. I don't really have. Tarkov does look fun though. They've made a lot.
You know
of
what? Age of Empires
recently.
2 is kind of like the Terminator 2 of gaming. It's old, but there's a reason people still rave about it and talk about it, is because they don't make movies like they used to. They don't make RTS games like they used to.
Oh, have you ever seen Vivarium?
Yes, I actually have seen that one. The cover is like a veiny arm or something, right?
That's the one. No. That's the one where they're stuck in the green house in the pocket dimension and they can't get away from it.
Okay, I have seen that one where they're trying to dig their way out and they get assigned a child.
So Woody, this is a fun movie. I won't spoil a whole ton of it. Actually, I will. So it's on Netflix, and young couple. It's Eisenberg. Jesse Eisenberg's the guy, and the two of them are house hunting, I suppose, and they go into this very peculiar real estate agent's office. He takes them to this new development, and all the houses are identical. And they go in, and they're like, "This is kind of whack" or whatever. And they go outside, and he's gone. The real estate agent's gone. He's kind of just disappeared. Well, they hop in their car, and no matter what way they turn, they can't get out of the subdivision. And they keep driving past number 9, the same house, over and over and over until they run out of gas. They've switched places. He's already been like, let me drive. And still, they can't get out of here. And long story short, the next day, a baby is there in a box, and it says, "Raise this baby, and then you can go free." And so then begins this montage of this baby grows like a dog. Like it's growing fast. It's clearly and it talks, its lips move, and then almost like a speaker from within it plays a voice that's disconnected. And it screams like a banshee when it wants food until it's like the milk is in the cereal and the spoon is stuck in, and then immediately its mouth shuts and it eats. It's disturbing to live with. He's like,
sounds like a normal baby, really.
It is. I kind of liked it. It's a dark, dreary, depressing, sad movie. The girl is outside looking at the clouds, and she's like, "Clouds here are all cloud shaped. All of them, cloud-shaped clouds." It's
that happens here
sickening.
too.
Yeah, but some of them look like dogs. Some of them look like a house. Some of them look like a face. They're all like cartoon clouds.
Yeah,
they're like little
nimbus
poof balls, just copy pasted in the sky. Like none of it's real. They're in this like weird pocket dimension where these aliens use humans like cuckoo birds. You know how the cuckoo bird lays its egg?
Yeah,
and the cuckoo hatches out, pushes the sparrows or whatever they are out of the nest, the robins, whatever, and then the mother doesn't know any better. She has to feed it. Like they're human cuckoos.
It was sad. It was not a satisfying ending.
Why? Did they go free?
They died, and the baby had grown to be the exact same man who had dropped them off, like a clone of him essentially. And he Ziploc bagged them and threw them in the hole the husband had been digging to try to escape the whole time. And that was that.
Yep. Not a tale of jubilation at the end.
It was there weren't
enough answers at the end.
I needed a drink after that movie. That was so.
You need to drown it with a little Dos Equis.
But it's
Oh my
kind of
God.
cool because the movie seems to have impacted you. Therefore, that movie was well done.
It's one of those movies where the premise is so fascinating that it pulls you through the entire thing, even if as it's going, you're like, well, even if I was in this situation, this isn't the behavior I'd do. Or
I
this
killed a kid, right? Would you kill that kid?
Yes. Yeah. It
Oh
clearly,
my God.
it was so like, it did that thing where the kid was around for like the kid had been there for 3 weeks and he was already 7 years old. And then the wife is like, something's not right. And it's like, no shit. Like it's been evident since step one of this that something's not right.
The husband's like, that's not a boy. She's like, that boy. She's like, it's not a boy. That's not a child. I don't know what that is. And he tries to kill it. He tries to go lock it in the car
Not
and like
hard enough.
leave it out there to die. And she goes and gets it out of the car and brings it in because it's screaming. Dude, I would have pickaxed that thing. That thing was clearly like a demon.
Yeah.
There's one part that's actually like scary in the whole thing where the boy can, the whole time he's mocking them to their face, but he can perfectly duplicate their voice from within
He's
his,
like a mimic.
he's like it's like he's a voice recorder almost. And she's trying to, he's been leaving the house and he says he's going to talk to someone, but he can't say to who. Like he goes somewhere. They can't walk down the street without coming out the other side in a circle. But this guy's been leaving during the day and he's got like a school book written in alien fucking languages and shit, but he won't tell him where he's going or who he's talking to. And so she's like, can you mimic daddy? And he goes, I'm so tired of this. Nothing tastes good anymore. Oh, that's so good. Can you mimic mommy? Yeah, of course I can. Oh, that's great. Could you mimic anyone else? The doggy. He goes, ruff, 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 ruff. And it's like, okay. What about anybody else? Maybe the person you met with today? And he just goes, and like, and his throat starts swelling in this unnatural frog-like way from both sides. And she just starts sobbing in terror, backing away from him. And it's like, fuck. This
All right. Well, this is
dark.
That's a bad answer. Like, not what any of us wanted to hear.
Not what I wanted to hear at all. That was a dark, depressing, sad, but also an interesting premise. Like I love the cuckoo. At the very beginning, you see the cuckoo thing happen. You know, so it's you see like a cuckoo pushing the other babies out.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of in your head that that's what's going on here. That was a dark fucking movie. I guess you're right, Woody. If it affected me, it's done its job. I watched some movies and I'm just like, meh. All right, good guy won, huh? Guess he shot them all.
Right. 1/3 of the way through this, I could have written the other 2/3.
There's so many movies where you've got like the estranged husband, right? The wife, she's got a new guy that she's been like living with, and he's worried about his son maybe becoming this guy's son a little bit too much. And then the boyfriend dies. He gets killed in the plague, the tragedy. It happened in 2012. That movie where the whole world's falling apart. And then the wife forgets that motherfucker immediately, and arm wrapped around old husband, and we're all smiling. And it's like, man, this is so fake. There's nothing real about this. We'd all be destroyed. We'd all be destroyed. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Although in that, at least I feel like with Rick, especially, he's just like, there's nothing left to feel. Like he's just always sort of in the state of being traumatized or dealing with the previous trauma after maybe season 5 or 6. He's just always fucked up and usually physically beaten. He's often all swollen up and cut and bruised.
Dude, I know I watch more Walking Dead, I think, than most people. And I think the move is to kill yourself in that universe. Even the people that do thrive and sort of get on top of it,
yeah,
you will never have joy again. There is no goodness.
I think they just suck.
Moments between terribleness, but there's no joy.
You just got to go so far north that they can't walk around, and you can find joy, but you're just going to be cold.
Like, I
I'm
genuinely
not in
don't
this universe. I don't think there's a cold problem, but they can't swim. So there might be some sort
like
of
a Madagascar solution, some kind of
yeah,
island,
right? Or heck, I've watched enough sailing videos. Why not just go from like island to island, enjoying your sailing life?
Yeah, there'd be a way to find joy.
Like you know, it's a TV show. So they just, if they ever were to allow human ingenuity to fix the zombie problem, they couldn't continue the show. But human ingenuity would fix the zombie problem right away. It's a silly premise to begin with. We could just dig holes and put spikes in them and throw speakers in there, and like, no more zombies after a while. They'd all just be spiked. And if the hole filled up, we'd burn them all up.
There'd be a risk because everyone that dies becomes a zombie in The Walking Dead. So there's a resupply, it seems. There's always someone going to die, but they'd probably manage that. There'd be a protocol that people agree to.
We all need we just need Apple Watches. We need to get notified when Biden bites the dust so that we can go in there and get rid of it.
You'd have like an elderly section of the village. Actually,
but you could have
that wouldn't last long at all. One elderly person dies, and then it's just a clean slate every
now
time.
You've got 19 elderly zombies to deal with. I'm not sure an elderly zombie is less dangerous than a normal one.
No, they creep up on you.
There's
bite you with their zombie mouth.
Like, is their strength related to their normal strength? I don't know.
I'd be more scared of like an Arnold Schwarzengeggar zombie than a fucking Chris Christie zombie.
A muscular zombie.
I wouldn't want to tussle with either one. All they got to do is
zombie with a helmet.
Chris Christie is a zombie. He knows how to bite.
Zombie with a helmet is a problem. Yeah. That'd be a real problem. Zombie with a helmet, like a military helmet, especially like if he could take some pistol bullets.
Plants vs Zombies. That's one of the most feared enemies. The zombies.
The helmeted zombie
with the bucket.
I'm just not afraid of the zombies anymore. Like even as a kid, I was like, that would be fun. Like that's not like a nightmare scenario. The road
fun is vampire. I need to endear myself to a vampire and get him to turn me.
If you're on the right team,
you're gonna charisma a vampire, Woody, in this. Come on, he's gonna eat you if you're lucky,
dude. They're like 1,000 years old. Just be racist. Like he's gonna be like, "This guy gets it."
Haven't you seen Interview with the Vampire? They're all black now.
No, Vampire
it's a great TV show.
Transylvanian.
Well, it's Interview with the Vampire, the novel.
Right?
It's Interview with the Vampire, the novel. So they just made everyone black instead.
Oh well.
It's weird because one of the characters was a plantation owner with slaves.
What is this? The Disney adaptation?
Yeah, I don't like that.
I think it's on Amazon, maybe. I don't know where it is. It's been out for a few years. It's like it used to be Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise as the two main characters, and now it's like two black dudes.
You have to have a pretty diverse group if you're trying to be like careful with your vampire clan. Because people are going to notice. It's like, have you guys noticed every time a fucking ginger comes into town, people start dying? Like, they'd put that together. Same with, like, if they're all black or they're all fucking Japanese. You would want a diverse cast so you can kind of lessen the accusations.
Look at Taylor with the DEI vampire strategy.
That's true.
That guy only was picked because it's a black woman.
Every once in a while, you have to be like, we got to turn this black woman because we need to introduce a black woman to this town, and they haven't had a black woman vampire yet, so she's going to go under the radar.
If she's half black,
she's going to get like 3 bites in and then dip.
If she's half black and Asian, do we get double credit, like with the vice president?
Sure. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, you get quadruple credit.
You never see the Asians claiming her. It's weird.
Who?
Kamala Harris.
Kamala is Indian, right?
Is she? Yeah, Asian.
I don't think of India as Asian. They're kind of their own thing.
Well, that's because you're ignorant.
She's Indian and black, right?
She's Indian and Jamaican, right?
That's right. Yeah.
It's
funny. I do the American thing where, like, if you have black, that's the one you are.
Oh yeah, like Tiger Woods. Have you seen Tiger Woods is gambling a lot? The Asian side is finally taken over.
Trevor Noah's another one. I don't even know what his mix is, but he's just black, right?
Yeah, I think he's black and white, right?
Barack Obama.
He's another one.
Barack Obama. He's black and white.
Yeah, they get the whole thing. I don't like it. I like that Chappelle episode where they had like a draft and they were trading players and stuff.
Yeah, who would you trade for on the white team? I mean, we're on the white team, and so we would be trading for black or Asian. Or
can we get Lenny Kravitz? I want Lenny Kravitz. Yeah, and Chloe Kravitz, his daughter. She played Batwoman in that newer Batman that I like. Really hot, just really hot. Just impossibly hot.
If we got them, we're gonna have to.
Lenny Kravitz daughter might be a 10 on second thought. especially if she's wearing the Catwoman suit from the movie.
Yeah, but if we're like, this is, you know how trades work. If we get Lenny Kravitz, we're also going to have to take like a salaried retired player from the black team who know, like Coney 2012. Are you taking Lenny Kravitz if they can offload Coney and his salary onto team? On
Coney's not half black or half white.
No, he's not. But you'd have to.
Oh, thank you, Zach.
Take him.
Just 10 for 10, Zach. You just show me the ugly picture.
Yeah,
of her.
Lenny
That's like
Kravitz looks weird now.
show me her as Catwoman, goddammit. Oh, why are you doing this to me?
He's so fucking
You son of a bitch.
He always does that. Kyle will want a flattering
Show me
picture
what
of
you put
someone.
into Google. Show me what you put. I bet it's Chloe Kravitz, ugly as fuck.
He always finds like them with a burn victim problem or like.
Here she was playing a fucking mutant in a movie.
She looks good there.
Zoe Kravitz, thank you. I'm saying Chloe.
Well, I don't know why that's your first pick for trying to bolster our team, trading for Lenny Kravitz.
Keanu Reeves.
Because he's half white, so we have some claim to him. There you go. Thank you.
Oh, so you would only want to do it. I was saying like it would be like a sports team. So like we would have
The Rock.
to take a shitty like a
He's
Coney
Samoan.
black guy.
I don't think
Oh, he's half
I think
white.
he's Samoan. No, I think he's Samoan and black. Or maybe his dad was Samoan and black, and his mom was. Show me the Rock. Oh, was it? Nice.
Damn, look at you, little.
His dad was wrestled as well, and he looked black to me.
All right, so you'd want the Rock on our team. Who do we want to offload?
We can't
We gotta
take
get
the
rid
Rock
of-
because he's half Samoan and half black. Only the Samoans or the blacks can trade for him because those
Okay,
are the
so-
teams that possess him.
Okay, so you're in your racial league. At the end of the day, we have to stick. You have to have some kind of that race in you to even be on the team.
Yeah, of course. Like it wouldn't make it sense for Tiger Woods to trade to like the Mexicans. They have no claim on him.
All right, well then, who do we want? Who do we want that we don't already got?
I don't know. I don't know a lot of biracial actors who I can think of off the tip of my tongue here.
There's some black NHL players. We can get them because
Do we want them?
they're also half white. Yeah, I mean, more hockey players on the team. Why not?
Yeah,
There's not a fucking salary cap in our racial league. There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't know about this one.
No, I don't either. I'd want to offload like a Jared Fogle. Actually, is Fogle, is that a Jewish name? Do we have the Jews? Are they on our team?
Is Jared Fogle a Jew, Zach? Can you fact check that for me?
Can you fact check that for me?
What do you think? What do you think, Woody? He's got that curly hair. He's got a bit of a bulbous nose. I think you would say a bit of a schnoz.
He loves
And he's-
sandwiches.
Loves
It
sandwiches.
just proves he's a
Delis,
guy.
delicatessen. Hello.
Yeah, Jews, big sandwich people love sandwiches.
It's like that's like
Yes.
their version of dry cleaners.
He
Yeah,
seems like a white guy to me.
Fogle. Wasn't
Right.
there a?
He was raised in a
raised in-
Jewish home.
Okay,
that's
so, all right,
that's
so
about-
he's Jewish.
okay. He's extra Jewy. He went to Israel or something and had a bar mitzvah.
Mhm.
So yeah, called that one.
Called that one, and all it took was his name being Fogle to figure it
You know
out.
where I want Meghan Markle. I like her.
Meghan Markle. Who's that?
She's the
again?
really hot chick. She was in Suits and she married like a prince or a king or something.
Shit. I don't. Oh, is that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, she's kind of trashy.
What
looking.
does she bring to
She
the
looks, she looks like a dirty Kardashian.
Now I'm catching strays, but
Ooh, can we? Oh, the Kardashians are ours to
hey,
trade.
can you
as
find a
well.
picture of Meghan Markle that looks her totally hot?
we can trade the Kardashians.
Yeah, Kyle, she's not trashy.
I mean, not according to the royal family.
Mm.
In the royal family, they have high standards. They're the royal family, They care about that stuff. I don't see what she brings to the table for our team, but if we can offload.
Oh, we're trading her. We're trading her.
No,
Oh, you want to
okay.
hang on to Meghan Markle? Away? You're not a prince. I don't know what you're hoping for.
all right. I'm just gonna Google the worst mixed race people.
It's got to be the Kardashians.
I don't think they're mixed race. I think they're just
They-
like Armenian or something.
They're half Armenian, half Jewish.
Okay, well then I guess they get to pick if they want to be on Team Jew or Team Armenia, or I guess Armenia.
Oh,
would be
wait. No, so the dad was Armenian, Kardashian. What's the mom? What's Kris Jenner? what is she? She's so mutated looking these days that she could be a mole person for all I know.
Kris Jenner
Race.
ethnicity. Oh, come on. You got to.
They don't know.
Come on. Where's Wikipedia early life? Yeah, no dice. Nothing specific there.
Let me know.
So it'd probably just be white then.
I don't think I've ever actually watched the Kardashians. Have you ever had a girlfriend that watched trashy TV like that drug you through it?
No, I haven't. I've never seen a second of the Kardashians.
I see like clips of it on the internet.
Like less than 3 minutes of it. Like I don't know the show really. I saw one clip where
ridiculous show.
Someone called the Kardashians and like said she was getting divorced, and every one of the girls was like, "Yeah, that happens. It's no big deal." It was kind of funny.
It does.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous little empire they've built over there. But
I love it.
Yeah, they got like billions of makeup dollars now. One of them is like a makeup guru.
To me, it is more earned than a typical star. I think a reality star who has to be on and find ways to keep themselves entertaining and reinvent that shit for, 10, 15 years, that's a harder job than doing a movie twice a year. Like these guys work 24/7, I would argue.
But they stay popular by being whores, and the other person is an artist doing their art with other artists.
That's the kind of art I like.
Dignity.
Dignity. No, I absolutely want to see a slut maintain interest for 15, 20 years. That's talent. Anyone can do what Keanu Reeves does.
It's not talent. They're surgeons. They're the talented ones. I can't get into it. That Hobbit.
There's something about the Kardashians that have kept people's attention. And I'm impressed by that.
I think they appeal to a like.
And I know they started this horse, but they didn't stay that way.
What? I don't know. I thought they did. I thought that was part of their thing.
I think.
Well, I mean, like not
like
on
drama and sleeping around a lot and.
Yeah, but you don't get to see them bang.
Oh, so they're just like their behavior is that.
I mean, they pose nude. Okay. They all pose nude and
nude.
Kris Jenner's been pimped every one of her daughters out for the last.
Look what happened to poor fucking Bruce.
Look what she did to Bruce. Pimped him out too.
Yeah.
Who's Kris Jenner?
The mother, the matriarch of the family.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I really don't watch the show much. I just know that they've stayed in the public eye for that long, and I feel like that takes a talent. I feel like doing what I don't know, freaking any normal actor does, and just get a role every year or two, work for 6 weeks and promote a movie is an easier job than what Kardashians do.
I don't know. I'm sure a lot of it seems. I mean, I don't follow it at all, but it seems
like
did
to Kanye.
Kardashians do is
Kanye was normal before the
blending their name private label. Yeah, Kanye was just a fun-loving guy. Had lots of Jewish friends.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Kardashians got to him, and then he's fucking showing some interesting graphs he got off 4chan on his phone to the news. Which is so fucking funny to download a graph like who's in charge of media organizations and be like, I'm not going to say who it is. They're Jewish.
I was really surprised that he had it. I was really surprised he didn't come back out with the Jewish stuff like alongside this conflict. It seems like if he were rapping about this conflict, then he could like get some people into his anti-Semitic game. You know, he could make it more palatable if he was rapping about bombing Palestinians. He should do a concert in Palestine. Imagine that. That's the old Kanye. That's the Kanye I want to see back. I want to see Kanye and his naked wife on stage in Palestine, like rapping about.
I don't know if they'd be cool with the way his wife dresses.
Taylor, what's the bigger career risk? Taking on the Jewish people like Kanye did, or faking cancer?
Number one by an enormous magnitude. It's not even close.
I knew you'd say that.
Yeah. Boogie's not going to lose his bank for this.
He's not going to get debanked.
Deutsche Bank isn't going to ring him up and be like, I've been seeing some stuff.
I mean, they might. I really hope that he didn't like. I know Keem suggested it, but I hope he didn't like literally pump the cancer to make money on the charity. I hope it wasn't, or not the charity, the crypto. I hope it wasn't what I like said earlier, where he was like, "Hey, yeah, just think of this crypto as like my cancer fund." You know,
I think he
and
said he rug pulled it to pay for his medical bills.
Okay, I guess they're not as combined as I don't.
I believe.
Well, that was a lie though. They didn't have medical bills. For a second, I was like, "Oh, well, that makes sense. Maybe it's." Wait a minute, there were no medical. He doesn't have cancer. I mean, I'm sure there's medical bills.
He had a high iron count. He needed to give blood. That's not.
Oh my fucking god! So did I. You go give blood. It's free. They take it.
Well, he couldn't give the $5,000 back because
you
he needed
give
a free
blood.
procedure.
They want it. But they don't want his.
Screaming at CoffeeZilla like, "I'm not used to this level of scrutiny."
I need to watch the CoffeeZilla video then.
Oh,
he makes
only
good
like
stuff.
8 minutes or so. It's good.
Yeah, the videos I've seen for him are all very good.
The Boogie said that money was already spent, and then it turns out that like the timeline didn't work up. When he says that money was already spent, he meant it was already allocated. I have intentions of doing this thing in the future. That's why there's no receipts. And
well,
it's great.
It's a sad day when Keemstar fucking votes you off your island. You know, you must have really stepped in shit. He's a forgiving guy. You think he'll be back?
Oh,
what do you think he'll come back and do? Like more Francis
Jabba
bits?
the Hutt, Francis bits. Jabba the Hutt. I really think you should listen to the show and get the green screen, set up a little saline solution.
Misa no have cancer. Misa lie.
You should just do
Everybody's like, that's fucking gold.
He needs to come out with another coin.
Me give your cancer pity money to her.
He should come out and be like, "This is my fatty 2 coin. I have AIDS."
He needs to double down, make up another disease.
Let me show you a few of the luxuries I was able to afford with your cancer dollars.
Actually, you know what?
New Tesla did that.
How about this? It worked for Kevin Spacey. What if he comes out as gay?
Right.
Oh, that's the ticket.
Yeah.
I now choose to live my life as a gay man.
I choose to live my life as a gay man.
He made it sound like a role he was taking on. Like he was a method actor.
Me, I'm above reproach in this regard.
I still say
I've been groping every boy that comes around. Yes, because I'm the president.
I still say
they let you do it.
Mostly innocent. Spacey's mostly innocent. Like the one kid that had the most serious claims, like those have been clearly he was lying because he couldn't describe the room that it supposedly happened in. Like not he didn't know the lampshades. Like he didn't know what the apartment was shaped like or what kind it was. He described a scenario where there was a private bedroom and it was a studio apartment where it was an open floor plan where the party guests that were supposedly there would have been right there, like looking at the bed in the bedrooms. There's no way Spacey like pinned him down on that bed without everybody at the party seeing it. And then the other guy that went after him, like he was like texting back to his girlfriend, like, "This is so crazy. I'm flirting with Kevin Bacon. He grabbed my dick. Oh, he's ridiculous."
Kevin
Spacey. And then what I said?
Bacon.
You said Kevin Bacon.
Oh, no, don't me put that on Kevin Bacon.
Yeah,
He's
I didn't think
good ones.
That. Yeah,
he wouldn't want that.
Yeah,
Big fan of the show, Kevin Bacon.
Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas edition. Where would the world be without that?
Mm-hmm. Shout out Kevin B. Friend of the show.
And I liked Footloose. I liked Footloose when I was a kid. I tried to watch it as an adult. This is so bad.
Another one from my list.
I'm not a big Kevin Bacon fan. I like Tremors though.
I think Spacey's innocence was proven when all the victims died.
Yeah. Would an innocent accuser have died like that? Unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that helped his cause that 2 of his accusers passed away in short order.
2?
Perhaps 3. Who's keeping count? Kevin's not. He's got other things to do. He's looking for boys.
Bacon's
nothing else to do.
Yeah.
I just feel bad because that, the House of Cards thing, and he is a tremendous fucking actor. Even if I don't like.
Kyle really does operate on the more talented you are, the worse crime you're allowed to commit.
We're deprived of him.
R. Kelly, peed on a girl, bring him up. But Michael Jackson banging children, I don't know. I like that ABC song.
Yeah, it's a good song. It's a really good song. Yeah, Thriller.
I just think
Yeah.
Love it.
I mean, I think that guy's innocent because Billie Jean was dope.
another thing.
Love your
I
song.
just think I don't want to deprive the world of Thriller because maybe Michael was a little handsy with some lads. At maybe
You like to get him drunk and sleep with him.
he
Nothing wrong with
allegedly.
that.
Dude, if Hitler
Allegedly.
would have been like a 5 times better painter, Kyle would have been
Kyle
like,
would
you know
go
what?
back.
I've been doing some math. Some of this stuff doesn't check out. And look at these paintings. Could an evil man do this?
We looked at those paintings. They're really good. Everybody, by the time after last time we looked at the Hitler paintings, everyone came away thinking, I don't know why they kicked him out of art school. It was pretty fucking good.
Yeah, actually, I don't. If he had that going into art school, why didn't they see any potential in him?
That's
Maybe
fair.
he
They
had a
saved
point.
us a lot of trouble.
Maybe he had a point. Maybe they were being what's it? What do you call it when Jews don't exclude white people? Taylor,
There's not
Racist?
a term for that.
huh?
Is it not just
What?
racist?
I don't know.
A-OK, I call that.
Maybe they were being racist, exclusionary to his Aryan bloodline,
Yes.
and then maybe that was true.
Maybe it was true. Maybe he could have buckled down and painted a little better. You know,
Could have tried harder.
tried harder.
Hmm.
Could have had a little gumption. Actually, he did seem to have an enormous amount of gumption.
Did he have Parkinson's too?
Oh, fine.
Is that what they think he had?
I always heard those tremors were amphetamine based.
Yeah,
Oh.
I thought it was because
I
he
think
was
I've heard both.
goofed up on the amphetamine. He was like taking 1930s Adderall.
Yeah, don't your hands have tremors with Parkinson's though?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a big part of it.
Well, we haven't seen
Biden
that from
doesn't
Biden.
have that. Yeah, that's the one thing he doesn't seem to fit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, in any case, my prediction is there's like a 50-50 shot that Trump becomes an emperor next year, and the God Emperor Trump jokes come true because it seems to be the way things are heading if he wants to
see.
take the crown.
If this news cycle about Biden dropping out exhausts itself in the next few days, I guess it'll be Biden, and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I think
it will be Biden.
I hope it is.
Well, fingers crossed.
I don't know.
I think Trump's going to win though.
Or Biden.
Right now, it looks like Trump's going to win. You'd be silly to think otherwise.
Yep.
Call it a wrap.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right.
Bye,
Check out our sponsors. Cool stuff. Links and things. PKA 708.